being said, the FBI murdered Martin Luther King Jr. Like, they murdered him so hard. I tried to go as long as I possibly could in this video without saying it. It made me want to die. So, let's face it. During the time of the shooting, there was a black detective who was put on task for protecting Martin Luther King during the city of Memphis, who was currently at home hiding. The reason he was hiding is because 2 hours before the shooting, someone called saying they were planning to murder him. And it turns out that this report was entirely made up and came from no other than the FBI. Most often with events this large or assassinations that would cause this much noise, it is very rare that an actual member of a government party will carry out the assassination themselves. They almost always get fallouts. And that's not even a conspiracy. Just look at this one, like the assassination of Martin Luther King. They got a bunch of like teenage freedom fighters to carry out the politicians. So let's take a look at who some of those fallouts might have been. One of which being the guy I mentioned earlier as being sued by the King family, Lloyd Jowers. Remember how I said that the Lloyd house was located above a place called Jim's Grill? Well, Lloyd Jowers was the owner of Jim's Grill. The day after the shooting, the cab driver said that he was sitting in Jim's Grill whenever Lloyd told him to come behind and has a counter to which he slid out with an unsense rifle. Not only that, but whenever the investigator followed up on that lead, a waitress said that she was working the day of the shooting, heard a gunshot, and then Lloyd ran in the back with a rifle and had blood on the knees of his pants, implying that he was killed in the grass outside. To which he then took his rifle, wrapped it in a white sheet, set it under the counter, and when the police arrived, said he didn't hear anything. Jowers' business partner by the name of Will Watkins said years later that Jowers had confided in him and told him that he had a partner that became sheriff. His job was to control the rifle. According to Watkins, Jowers passed the gun off to someone else who threw it off the bridge into the river. Jowers himself was a former member of the Memphis Police Department and still very close to several of the leading members of the department itself. He told Atkins that the reason he was taking that job was because they trusted him and his business was literally across the street from the hotel, which if you'll remember, I mentioned earlier, was so popular for having King stay there that they became one of the rivals. Over the years, Jowers was pressured to come forward about his involvement in the group, and told them that he was paid $100,000 to help him murder Martin Luther King. More specifically, he said he was paid by lawyer Frank Roberto.
Jowers ran into no problem with Ray Motel and claimed another man as big as Frank Roberto paid him $100,000 to contract to kill him.
What did Frank Roberto ask you to do? He asked me to handle some money transactions. Someone to assassinate Dr. Martin.
See, Frank Roberto openly despised King. He had several different produce factories and manufacturing plants around the city of Memphis and said that King was making things harder because, those city workers the day of the shooting, John Ferry was working at one of Roberto's produce plants when he Roberto answered the phone and said hello. when he comes on the balcony. Years later, one morning as he got to Athens, was at a restaurant, and Roberto got drunk and was trying to impress her. He eventually said, you know, I'm the one who had MLK killed. Remember James Earl Ray's first lawyer, the one who pressured him to confess to killing MLK? Well, that lawyer, Percy Gordon, was a known affiliate of the Mafia and was very close to Frank Roberto.
I know. Yeah, right.
Warren Towers was also asked, well, if you were just the guy who got what you wanted, if you actually shot King, to which Jowers said it was Memphis Police Department Lieutenant Earl Clark. Earl Clark had several accusations of taking bribes from gang members and was publicly a friend of Frank Roberto. Not only that, but he was the highest rated marksman on the Memphis Police Department. According to Jowers, as soon as the shot was taken, Clark sprinted down the hill, handed him the rifle so that he could dispose of it, which, as I mentioned earlier, he brought it to the back door of the restaurant, while Clark jumped over a nearby wall and escaped in, you guessed it, a white Mustang. According to a janitor who worked at the Memphis Police Department, the night before the shooting, there was a meeting in the police chief's office between the police chief, the mayor of Memphis, Earl Clark, and another man by the name of Strausser. According to that same janitor, Strausser spent the entire day at the rifle range, shooting his .30-06 over and over. Around the bushes of the boarding house, there were footprints of a size 13 shoe. Lo and behold, Strausser had a size 13 shoe. All of these assassinations pose a
Tanto ormai fatto per fatto che non c'è niente, l'unica cosa che devi ricordarti, io te lo consiglio per te,
So to kind of summarize all of that, it seems that as part of this conspiracy involving the police department, the two shooters, one most likely being the private
comunque a
of
finire la sequenza tu puoi
Clark
iniziare
and Strausser hid themselves in the bushes in front of the house, took the shot before having someone else ditch the guns as they got away and get away from the police. So going on with all of that, one or two shooters in these bushes hotel went down, split most likely into two separate directions. One of them handed their weapon to Jowers and took it around this direction, carried it into the back of the building that was connected to Jim's Grill, and eventually disposing of the rifle. The shooter went this direction before interacting with a wall that was located here, jumped over it, got into the getaway car, and then made his way down the street. Anyone else, a backup shooter, or someone else set to get rid of the weapons, most likely followed a similar route, either getting into the getaway vehicle here, or as the driver reported, getting into one of the two white Mustangs that were located on the street between these two buildings. Either way, everyone in the investigation was focused on Ray leaving the window, going out of this building, and then getting away on this street, whereas there were several different forms of escape open to whoever the other conspirators might have been. So that's all well and good, but what's with this rifle that has James Earl Ray's fingerprints and him having rented a room in the house by the mother, and all of this so perfectly falling in line for him to be the fall guy? Well, now that I've given you the official telling of the assassination as well as the unofficial but more widely believed telling of the assassination, let's get into James Earl Ray's story of what happened. And to do that, let's talk about James Earl Ray himself. At the end of World War II, James Earl Ray was part of the Office of Strategic Services, also known as the OSS. That organization then became the Central Intelligence Agency when the CIA after the war ended. James's brother said that he would never really talk about what happened while he was in the OSS and would only say cryptic things like they're kind of like the Mafia. Once you join, you're never really allowed to leave. Specifically, James said that he was haunted by events that took place while he was in the OSS and later the CIA, and said that they would drug him and other things to, quote, mess with my mind. This is kind of out of the scope for this video since I'm trying to talk about the specifics of King's assassination itself, his body armor, but they would let off if commit whatever act that they could have used directly tied to. Not only that, but shortly after completing this escape attempt that he definitely shouldn't have been able to get away with, his cellmate, who had told him to try to escape, was found hanging in his cell with his arms and legs broken. The official story being that he hung himself and then broke his arms and legs. I don't even know how to tie that back into the whole conspiracy. It was shortly after escaping jail that he met the figure known as Raul. Despite the name and every description that was given of him, Raul was not Spanish, and it's not uncommon for operatives to have names that intentionally mislead those trying to look for them. This Raul seemed to be very generous to the escaped convict and began supplying Ray with money as well as fake IDs and passports that he could move from the United States to Canada. It was even Raul who gave Ray money and told him to go to Birmingham, Alabama, and buy himself a nice car, to which Ray bought the white Mustang. According to Ray, Raul was a weapons dealer who was selling guns to Cuban militants who were hiding in the United States. Ray was sort of working as Raul's pseudo-business partner for a while, and then one day Raul told him that we're going to need about 200 rifles to sell to a group of these Cubans. He then asked Ray if he could go to Alabama and buy a rifle to show the Cubans as a preview of what the other 200 rifles are going to be like. That is when Raul told Ray to specifically purchase a Remington 760 .30-06, to which, as I mentioned earlier, Ray went there, bought it in the wrong caliber, and then after showing Raul told him he had to take it back and get it exchanged for the right one. The day before Martin Luther King was assassinated, James Earl Ray said that Raul met him at Jim's Grill and said, "Tomorrow I'm meeting the Cubans in order to make this weapons deal. I need you to rent a room in the boarding house above this restaurant so that I can make the deal. And if anything goes wrong, I need you to be waiting outside to be my getaway driver so that I can get out of here if we need to." This is why there was an identical Remington 760 that had his fingerprints on it while wrapped in the bedsheet. This is the reason that despite renting the room in his name, James did not have any fingerprints on the bathroom or the room itself. And why he was waiting outside when, according to him, he heard a gunshot and Raul runs out, jumps in the back of the car, and he drives away. Ray believing that the deal went bad, someone got shot, and now he's trying to get out of there. According to Ray, he was on his way out of Memphis whenever he began to slow down the car. Raul jumped and rolled out of the back seat and ran away, and James never saw him again. From there, James drove all night till he hit Atlanta, where he said he met the aforementioned fat man who gave him a bunch of money and new passports so that he could be on the run for 2 months before being caught in the UK. And it wasn't until turning on his radio on the way to Atlanta that he found out that he had actually taken part in the killing of Martin Luther carrying out Hoover's dirty work. That included getting mob members to carry out killings that the FBI couldn't handle themselves, or more specifically, didn't want to be associated with handling themselves. According to this testimony of Agent Brady Tyson, it was Tolson who paid several informants to monitor Memphis at the time and figure out exactly where King would be staying. Not only that, but according to Ellsberg, Tolson paid off the warden at the Jackson City prison so that Ray would be able to escape. This makes sense as to why immediately after escaping, he met this really kind guy who just seemed to love him and gave him a bunch of money and fake passports. So several former agents, as well as James Earl Ray and those closely connected to the killings like the King family themselves, all believe the FBI to be the main culprit in this entire case. And considering that they believe Frank Liberto had many associations with the FBI in which he would carry out favors away on his operations. So it seems like the FBI, perhaps Tolson, had Liberto carrying out operations and intended to have King killed. Also, this Raul guy, as well as Liberto and everyone else, connects to like the JFK assassination, also the Kennedy assassination, but I won't get into that right now. December 1963, 1 month after JFK was killed, there was supposedly a meeting between Hoover and other high-ranking members of the FBI as to how they will have MLK taken care of. See, the FBI hated him for a whole slew of reasons. For one, people weren't exactly accepting of new ideologies at the time, and furthermore, King was causing issues with the established rule of how businesses and agencies were set up. Not only that, but this was at the height of the Russian panic or Red Scare thing, where everyone was super afraid of communism. And while King's ideas by today's standards are fairly moderate, his ideas of a sort of universal income or guaranteed health coverage and things like that were seen as super evil comedy at the time. So the FBI wanted him out of the picture. As a matter of fact, they were so determined to find dirt on him that they began bugging his hotel rooms with hidden microphones. How did they do that? Well, they had the help of people like Marel Nicola, a former CIA operative who worked in South America, who was then moved into their early surveillance or COINTELPRO operations. Nicola was a close friend and member of Ship's circle, and it's believed that he was one of the people who began bugging his hotel rooms wherever he went. As a matter of fact, it's believed by many that he is the figure who controlled the body of MLK right after he was shot.
The famous final photograph. So it seems that Dr. King pointing away from the hotel in Florida. There was for a long time a mystery. The person who was even over that checking out the life signs. That was just now. Somehow, hearing the shot, he's got upstairs to the balcony. So reporting directly to an intelligence officer.
Remember Lloyd Jowers that I mentioned earlier? The opening? Well, according to him, the day before the shooting, there was a meeting of conspirators in Jamesville that all had a part in the assassination. The meeting consisted of 5 men, and only 2 of them Jowers could identify. One of them was the aforementioned police lieutenant Earl Clark, the supposed shooter. Now, unbeknownst to Jowers at the time, one of those men was Marel Nicola. If all this is true, that would mean that Nicola was not only a close associate of King's, who was actually a government agent who funded his hotel room, that he was also part of the direct conspiracy to murder him, and was at the meeting the day before. Using these hidden mics that were placed in King's hotel rooms, the FBI got information that they believed showed him as having extramarital affairs. Believing this to be a good way to hurt King's image as the reverend and civil rights leader, they wrote him an at the time anonymous letter that was come out several years later to have originated directly from the FBI. In this letter from the FBI, where the writer was a former supporter and fellow black Republican, they say in the intro, King, in view of your low grade, abnormal personal behavior, I will not dignify your name with either a Mr. or a Reverend or a Doctor, and your last name calls to mind only the type of king, such as King Henry VIII, and his countless acts of adultery and immoral conduct lower than that of the kings. Talk about an intro. for a specific reason, it has definite practical significance. You are done. There is but one way out for you. You better take it before your filthy, abnormal, fraudulent self is bare to the nation. So if you ever think that the government didn't hate Martin Luther King, 4 years before his assassination, here's a letter where they literally told him to kill himself. The head of the Memphis Police Department at the time was a 25-year veteran of the FBI. And as a matter of fact, whenever he came to position, he said his number one goal was to make sure that the FBI and the MPD had a two-way street of communication. After the first march took place on March the 28th in Memphis, King decided that it was too dangerous to stay in room 306, as it was a large window room that opened up into an open street. He decided to change his room to room 202, that being a more secluded room facing away from the main road. However, before King got there, someone called the hotel and said that they were part of King's accompaniment and asked if they could have the room changed back to 306. By the time King got there, everything else had been booked, so he decided to just stick with room 306. However, that call ahead was not part of King's room, and as a matter of fact, no one has ever identified where the random call came from. However, I can think of a couple people it could be, and they both start with FBI.
Because our investigation, we revealed the fact that the mission of the FBI was to destroy Dr. King. That is all documented before the reports, and they did criticize him severely for the illegal and unconstitutional way in which his civil rights were violated.
Also, the day of the shooting, the FBI immediately took over the investigation, which made no sense because at the time it had nothing to do with anything outside of the state of Tennessee. It should have been state issue. Even more weird, as soon as the FBI got Elkin's body, they never performed an autopsy. Also, remember that book I mentioned earlier, He Slew a Dreamer? The book that had all the information about how James Earl Ray was racist, how he wanted to kill King. Well, the author of that book was William Bradford Huey, and he was very close friends with, you guessed it, J. Edgar Hoover. Immediately after MLK's assassination, but after that there's so much misinformation going around about the case that the FBI was going to quietly fund a book that would allow the written correct information about James Earl Ray and how racist and evil he was. Martha Deloach, sounds familiar. Oh yeah, and well, we're going down the rabbit hole of suspicious stuff that happened around us. Let's just keep going. The day of the assassination, whenever they were investigating the boarding house, Captain Ed Atkinson said that he overheard Earl Clark say to another police officer, "We're going to have to cut the branches down. He could have taken a shot from here." Which, if you'll remember, the branches mean the shot could have been taken, and the MPD worked all night to make sure none were there. Also, Tennessee State Commissioner at the time, Harry Avery, began his own investigation to try to figure out how James Earl Ray, a supposed klutz of a convict, was able to amass so much money and get so many fake IDs, to which he was immediately fired by Governor Buford Ellington. A nurse who was at St. Joseph Hospital at the time that MLK was brought in said that he still had a pulse and they were attempting to resuscitate him before a group of men in suits came in and told him to step away from the body. As she was leaving the room, she turned around and said she saw them take off King's life-saving equipment. And the only remaining doctor in the room who was with the men was the one who gave King the official time of 7:05 as King's death. And speaking of deaths related to this whole thing, let's talk about some of the weird ones. The cab driver by the name of Louis Ward, that's the third cab driver of this whole thing. Anyway, said that the night of the shooting, he met with another friend of his, Buddy, who was a cab driver picking someone up in the motel whenever the shooting took place. Buddy said that he was looking at Martin Luther King whenever he was shot, and then turned to his left and saw someone run out of the bushes in front of the boarding house, scale a wall, and get into a vehicle and drive away. Louis Ward said that a few days later he stopped at the cab agency to ask if anyone had seen Buddy because he hadn't heard from him in a while, and they said that Buddy jumped out of a moving car going down the highway was a man who ran over and killed in a supposed suicide. They also said that before his death, the last time they saw him, he was trying to tell everyone a story of the shooter who was at the crime scene. Remember how I said earlier that despite all this, James Earl Ray couldn't get a retrial? Well, at first, he had a lawyer, C.G. Osborne, the former lawyer of Jimmy Hoffa, come and say that he would try to get him a new case. Months after this, Osborne committed suicide, and his wife said that he never believed that he actually killed himself. Shortly after this, a judge said that he would look at the case because the evidence shows that Ray needs to be retried, and then he died of a heart attack. Another judge came in his place and says that Ray needs to be retried, and then he died of a heart attack. And then the third guy says, no retrial, don't need it, just leave him in there. A year after the assassination, Martin Luther King's brother, Alfred King, was also looking into all of the details of this, until he was found floating dead in his bedroom. The official story is that Alfred drowned. However, Alfred was a fantastic swimmer, did not have any water in his lungs. He was also wearing just his underwear and had severe bruising around his neck, but the police decided that it was a drowning. In 1971, the same was asking questions in Texas, whether his drink was poisoned and he died. 6 years after this, the FBI Assistant Director of Intelligence, William Sullivan, was sent to testify against J. Edgar Hoover in the House Select Committee on Assassinations. However, a few days before he was sent to testify against Hoover, he was shot in the middle of the woods by a man who, quote, mistook him for a deer. Also, that thing I just mentioned, the House Select Committee of Assassinations, if you'll remember in my JFK video, this was an entire committee put together that was made up of senators and other government members to determine if the JFK assassination and the MLK assassination was part of a conspiracy. The one real piece of evidence that they managed to get out of that was, remember how in the beginning I said that Ray was supposedly taking a bounty to kill King for 2 KKK leaders? Yeah, it turns out they were dead at the time that happened, so yeah, that's not true. However, the House Select Committee did come to the conclusion that MLK was definitely a conspiracy. But in 2012, it came out that the liaison that was giving them the information to review was actually a CIA agent. So in the committee that was put together to determine whether the CIA had killed MLK, it was determined that the CIA had not killed MLK because the evidence provided by the CIA said so. So to go ahead and cover all my bases, I do not want to outline myself. I'm a great swimmer. I do not look like a deer. Is there anything else I'm missing?
È una cosa tirata.
There was also a group of the CIA that was currently monitoring at the time of the assassination, known as the 102nd Military Intelligence Group, led by a Colonel Downey. They had cameras set up everywhere, secret agents set up everywhere to see what would happen with King. Now, you would imagine that whenever the shooting happened, they would have like a picture or something. And according to one former agent, there were no several pictures of Jowers running down the hill and around the James Will. Whenever they were asked for these pictures, those were the evidence of the House Select Committee assassinations. They said that they got rid of all of them. That every picture they took of the day of the assassination disappeared and they dumped
Quindi
it.
adesso se tu devi fare un wifi con una memoria, una componente della resa,
You see what Shelby County, Tennessee gave his family $100. It was this information as well as personal accounts of witnesses and everything combined that led a jury to believe that, yeah, the government, as well as several other agencies, including Lloyd Jowers, were a part of a larger conspiracy to kill Jr. So take everything I just said as the evidence
Sta giocando,
that the conspiracy occurred.
il connettore, questo qui il guasto, lo puoi prendere da quest'altro momentaneamente, se c'era quel connettore, se non sbaglio sì, e metterlo qui perché questa è già riparata, funzionante tutto, non so se mancava qualcosa, non penso, però il connettore di qua,
Il danneggiato.
sì perché volevo sistemare il connettore direttamente come manca un pin, però
Sì, ma anch'io ho visto che mancava un pinato.
a quale?
Al connettore del tasto
Quindi l'avevi già visto?
L'avevo già visto, ma non era un problema, cioè lui funziona perfettamente, basta che lo incastri da sinistra e da destra, così incastra che fai il tic.
L'ho tolto quello guasto e ho sistemato un po' la scheda in modo che non c'è problema. Però è meglio mettere un connettore giusto, così almeno anche la ricarica, tutto il resto abbiamo tutto preciso.
Magari non mangiamo uno dell'8.
Plus.
8 plus.
Plus. Allora, questa qui è una scheda che non so cosa c'ha. Non so cosa c'ha. E quindi... No, devo togliere il mio chimico. No.
È di laboratorio, giusto?
Sì, quella lì è funzionante perfettamente, quella scheda, è un 256 giga funzionante perfettamente. Solo che in questo momento qua mi è arrivato che il tuo non funziona più. Non so cosa è successo. Mentre che arriva un telefono, ovviamente qui l'ho già aperto, e non funziona. Dice guarda, non ha più segni di vita. Quindi, come si procede a fare una diagnosi di quello che è successo?
Ovviamente per andare a vedere più dove sta, però essendo eliminato a destra invece
not be able to hold these people accountable in any court on earth. It is our job to better understand the past so that we can be more prepared for what actions come in the future. And thank you for watching.
quindi sappiamo che non è che è in corso, ma che non è la difficile.
Perfetto. Bravissimo.
In 1642, the city of Kaifeng, China,
Come fare per la certezza?
was under siege. Li Zicheng, the leader of a peasant uprising and head of an extremely short-lived dynasty, had been attempting to break the city for months. Having unsuccessfully attempted to bombard the city with cannons, dig under its walls, and just blow up its defenses with gunpowder, Zicheng and the city's government were at a stalemate. And then, as if possessed, they both came up with the same ludicrous plan. The Yellow River, just north of the city and running parallel to it, is notoriously unstable. It's overflowed its banks countless times, flooding farmland and destroying structures indiscriminately. But one of the reasons the city of Kaifeng was allowed to exist was a series of dikes that kept the river at bay, a significant feat of civic engineering. 6 months into the siege of Kaifeng, both sides decided to blow it up. It's unclear what the plan here was. Maybe Zicheng and his army thought it would destroy supply lines and make the city surrender. Maybe the city's government thought it would exclusively wash away the rebel army. Each had decidedly too much faith in their own control over a force of nature. When the dikes were breached, archaeological evidence suggests that somewhere between 30 and 60% of the Yellow River's total flow was diverted, an incomprehensible amount of water, and that water, dense with mud and sludge, barreled directly into the city of Kaifeng. Kaifeng was a city with a powerful wall. It was one of the reasons it was so difficult to take over. But when the Yellow River rushed in, those walls acted like the sides of a bathtub, trapping the flow and demolishing virtually every building within. 300,000 people died. Whether measured as a natural disaster or an act of war, it is one of the deadliest in human history. The thing is, Kaifeng still exists today. It is a major city, population of millions. And you might look at that and think, cool, so people rebuilt after the flood of 1642, and you'd be right, but you wouldn't have the whole picture. Because the city of Kaifeng today doesn't just sit on one foundation of an old city washed away, or even two foundations, but six cities stacked on top of each other, each covered in mud and hardened and turned into bedrock for the next civilization. 6 times that infrastructure and people have been washed away, and yet more keep returning and deciding to start again. 6! Excavations have cut away the layers like a cross-section, meaning you can almost literally descend through both time and space. You can walk down into Typhon's past. In the beginning of the Forgotten City, the 2021 game by developer Modern Storyteller, you're asked to do this same descent in a slightly more supernatural way. After waking on the banks of a river, you stumble down a hole into an ancient set of ruins, and then continue to stumble through a wormhole, which whisks you back in time to when the ruins were a fully formed city. A city full of people hidden beneath the ground. One of the most immediately striking things about the Forgotten City is the eerie golden statues that fill its streets, both pre- and post-time warp. They're locked in natural, clean positions, and you see several of them before you ever see another living person. You don't have to wait long to find out the meaning of these gold-clad figures, though. Wandering through the city, you bump into enough alive people to date yourself sometime within the early Roman Empire. And on an impromptu tour, a legionnaire named Horatius clues you into the meaning of the statues. He explains that previously, when he was in the Roman legion, there was a punishment for mutiny called decimation, in which the generals would divide all troops into groups of 10, have them draw straws, and then the man in each group who drew the short straw would be executed by the other 9. A collective, indiscriminate punishment. And then, he says,
that seems like rough justice to you. You're in for a rude shock. Because the golden rule is exactly 10 times worse.
The entire city lives under the supernaturally enacted golden rule. A rule that says that
Queste qua sono le viti, diciamo, più o meno dell'Octoblast.
everyone in the city will
Okay,
be
guys.
instantly turned to gold.
The many shall suffer the sins of the one.
Those statues are the previous residents. No one has ever left the city. Everyone in the city is aware of the golden rule. Everyone lives under that pressure, and what's more, everyone lives surrounded by constant reminders of previous apocalypses. The statues significantly outnumber the living residents at this point. And yet, life goes on, more or less as normal. Though posed by the magistrate as a utopia, the city feels more so like a normal place. People bicker and talk behind each other's backs. People eat, mostly cabbage apparently, and drink and decorate their houses. The city's textile worker uses the golden statues to display his outfits. There is this looming threat of complete annihilation and an overwhelming feeling of walking amidst a graveyard, but we still all have to have a life, right? And because it is a somewhat functioning society, the game isn't shy about pushing you to think about the customs of that society and how they interact with the golden rule. Yes, everyone will be petrified the moment a sin is committed, but what is a sin, really? Is a merchant extorting someone for a life-saving medicine a sin? Is the bartender misleading you about what you're about to buy a sin? Is some guy being a total jackass a sin? These questions push you further into the corners and shadows of the city, challenging you to try and make sense of it, try and sort out the hypocrisies. But the further you go, the less sense it makes. It really feels like you aren't getting the full picture. And then, just a heads up, I'm going to talk some about the setting in a way that I think could be considered spoilery. It's not giving away the plot or any solutions, and I think it'll probably enhance your appreciation of the game, but, I have to do this or I get yelled at. So the city is almost entirely Roman. Roman people, Roman architecture, Roman writing. But there's this Greek temple in the corner, and the rumors that food has been disappearing from it. So you go to the temple and follow a passage behind it, descending deeper and lower beneath the Forgotten City, and eventually you find a Greek man sitting in the ruins of a Greek city. city the Roman one was built on top of. You can talk to him about it, about living alone in this buried city. He says that there were originally more people living here, even after the Romans built on top of them, but one by one, they all died, and only he remains. He's scared to leave the ruins. What if, he worries, whatever killed all his friends realizes that the work isn't done yet? And so he just lives down here, with another civilization on top of him. But that's not all. We've just got started, because if you follow the tunnels down further, you'll find that the Greek city is collapsed into a lower tunnel, one's built of a different kind of stone, covered in hieroglyphs and flanked by statues of Anubis, and even that Egyptian city, one that clearly suffered the same golden apocalypse, is built atop the bones of Sumerian ruins, and who knows how far it descends beyond that. All full of the trapped golden figures that are now so familiar, all with their own version of the many shall suffer for the sins of the one. When we were first introduced to the Golden Rule, we heard about it by way of a specifically Roman analogy, an extreme version of the legion punishment of decimation. But in fact, the Romans' understanding of the rule is a contextualization of something that arrived far earlier than they did. No wonder the morality falls apart when even lightly prodded. It wasn't built for this place, just hastily adapted. There are more big plot reasons the Golden Rule doesn't really mesh with any civilization. You can find that out on your own. But the takeaway for us is that each of these forgotten cities stands on top of the last one, with generations that seemed almost completely unaware.
Adesso andiamo a mangiare,
Andiamo?
Andiamo a mangiare.
Va bene.
Come c'è la scheda girata?
Sono come due differenti di riferimento, il connettore batteria e il... Adesso faccio una vedere che sincronizzatore sta. Giusto? Perché prima del dovere ho fatto quella lettura di rame. Quindi che faccio? La rissa a mano mi darà fastidio con l'indicazione del supporto. Uscita per la vedere. All'incirca.
Se esterno sì che si scioglierà, se interno invece fare fatica, lo vedi un po' con la camera termica che vedi che si scalda un po' una parte, però ovviamente non essendo esterno magari sa che è interno.
Ma vedete che la mano invece posso dare 3-4 ore, giusto?
Bravissimo. Quello che devi. Così escludi così escludi che vai direttamente sul componente a prendere quello là giusto.
Sì, ma se non sto scoprendo, ma stavo troppo vicino, quindi ci cade la prescindere.
Non tollevare prima il motore. Quanto rotto? Questo plus, come corre? Quanto? Quasi? Ah, ok. Ah, le viti qui, quando messo le viti... Hai già dovranno stato il lato non si può fare ancora niente, no? Adesso è fatto. wifi, l'app funziona, subito, primo... ormai è molto questo ragazzo qua, finita la... Mi fa fare questi anni qui come vuoi, i problemi, che è quello che mi interessa, onestamente. Devi mettere sul terra, sull'isolante non può prendere il negativo. Ah. Okay. Sto vedendo più se sta strano. Ma perché non lo conosco come si comporta, vero? E si scioglie tutto, tu dici la resina, io c'ho solo che... Però se tu dici che è importante come il ghiaccio, non è avere una seconda... Il ghiaccio è... Io senza ghiaccio... ci mettiamo molto di più perché quei componenti che hanno un riscaldamento minimo, il ghiaccio lo vedi, con la resina è sempre più fatica. Scioglie subito, non fa vedere, diciamo, una presa, guarda. Oh, quanto sì? Buono. Tu già sei. Non si ricorderà. Adesso? Che è successo? Come facciamo a sapere adesso le cose? È più facile. Dici? Sì. Perché? E mi devo pensare prima... Come faccio a sapere se sopra o sotto il corpo? Allora, c'è questo è il correttore che mi vado a mettere la miniatura. Perché se parte, cioè nel senso se non c'è punto più, sta sicuramente sul lato. Bravissimo, ok. Mi sei tirato anche di staccarla. Ho messo appena appena per introdurre sulla attività di... Ghiaccio cosa fa? Se non c'è più bisogno del calore per basta il ghiaccio.
Of what's directly under their feet. For all the layers were shown in the Forgotten City, there's one more. The most meta and maybe the most fascinating, because the Forgotten City itself, the entire game, is built on top of another game. Kinda. As many of you may know, the origin of the Forgotten City is not this 2021 release, but a mod for the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. It is one of the most celebrated mods in Skyrim's illustrious history. It had articles written about it, it won awards, it is still freely available and easily played within Skyrim. Well, as easy as doing anything else. Playing the mod after the full release, like I did, is a bizarre experience. The setup is extremely similar. You fall down a hole into ancient ruins, somehow return to when they weren't so ancient, and talk to lots of people around town until you fully unravel the mystery of the Dwarves' Law, the mod's equivalent of the Golden Rule. Just like in the full game, breaking the Dwarves' Law by committing a sin dooms the entire place. The biggest changes are aesthetic. The mod is firmly placed within the world of Skyrim, operating within its history and with its architecture, rather than the Roman flair of the full game. The characters have different names, though not so different, and altered dialogue, though not so altered. It would be underselling the full game to just paint it as a mirror of the mod. There's far more dialogue, more quests.
Allora, stavolta l'ho fatto più semplice da una parte, se non c'è resina, non c'è niente, ok? Quindi deve essere più facile da un lato, ma forse leggermente più... No! Siamo entrati, va, semplice lo voleva, capito? No, è semplice perché è semplice, non è difficile. Ripeto, quando sono telefoni che non si accendono, sono telefoni, ci metti più a smontarli e a rimontarli che trovare il problema a risolvere quando non si accendono. È la cosa più bella.
Sì, già parcheggiato.
Sì, già parcheggiato.
Meno che non sia...
No, sono già parcheggiati. Anche se non avevo messo mai un po' di ferie, no, altrimenti... siamo? Sicuro? È molto pronto?
A caldo di suo, qua o sta acceso qualcosa?
Dove?
Qua, a caldo di suo o sta acceso
No,
qualcosa?
no,
A caldo sono i 30.000 PC, non serve mai a funzionare. Però la taglia arriva.
Mamma mia, si arriva. Dov'è?
Delle casse accese.
Dov'era? Secondo me sì. Ah, vediamo, adesso particolarmente ancora era che due scale cum S2. No, il processo invece di bloccare, non riesco a capire.
Questo, guarda, anche questo
No, 5 euro ho pagato, però sono strano che tutto sono fare. Di solito sono abbastanza pratici, sì. Sì.
ma quando te lo fa fare questo qua c'è
Sono bravissimi.
non inizia a fare.
Non bloccare, non...
Sì, ma se loro servono l'ultimo quello di fare anche se sì, perché quello invece c'è di girare sul server, io poi sul server infatti, però se questo qua se ne va, quindi è una scommessa, però tu non giocare prima, che tu non però metti tutti i soldi su di loro quando una volta.
Vabbè, facciamo, se non va, non va.
Se per fare anche per casa, per casa.
Sì. La luce, va, spegniamo le luci.
Corrente posta.
Sai cosa puoi fare? Fai attaccare la scheda del 12. No, se riesci ad attaccarla a farla funzionare.
Diciamo casino, poi quindi le piste sotto e così via. Però volendo lo sai che lo posso dire anche io, lo posso recuperare secondo me. Lo faccio tutto io, lo faccio piste, cos'è che aveva prima? Non mi ricordo.
Il problema è che...
No, ma dai, andava poi.
No, è lui che non voleva, non si andava, doveva farsi.
Ah, sì, l'NFC. L'NFC. Vi faccio tutti i contatti, vi faccio tutti i giusti. Metto un po' di più, ma almeno li faccio corretti. No, non adesso. Sì, no, quello è lungo. Questo non fa, non fa, tanto no. Sì, quello deve fare. E quello deve essere un sito complicato perché
Io ci ho registrato su una banda GSM, magari gli studenti hanno il codice. Magari tutto automatico, non c'è una persona che sta là a guardare. Non vedo. Shipping. Quindi qua abbiamo un 8, poi io posso cambiare la serie, questo è arrivato, questa è la metto la serie di questo qua, e poi funzionare. E metti da qua, questo 8, così posso fare,
quello cos'era?
la CPU è la unità,
CPU che è quello è basso proprio.
questo dopo,
Sì.
cos'è?
Non so se devo comprare perché
Non è sul basso, devo fare questo. Mi vedo di te.
better voice acting. Rather, running through this mod after playing the game feels somehow appropriate. It's simply another buried city, the same rules with a different frame, the most important part of the story until it was covered by the thing that came next. It's hard to not think of Kaifeng when trying to grasp the structure of the Forgotten City. Kaifeng was demolished once by an act of war, a utilization of the river as a weapon of mass destruction. But, as evidenced by these 6 layers of structures buried under the mud, the river often needed no encouragement. Most floods played no part in a human-led war. Building alongside the Yellow River, especially with limited infrastructure to control it, was a virtual guarantee that the home in which you lived would someday mix with water, then mud, and become the foundation for another generation's home. Kaifeng is hardly the only place to be swallowed by a river, nor even the only one to be overrun by a man-made flood. Dam construction makes this shockingly common, in fact. China created several new forgotten places while building the Three Gorges Dam into the Yangtze River, almost entirely washing away 13 cities and countless villages. A series of dams across Turkey are submerging cities as I speak, and American history is full of these tales. Elbow Woods, North Dakota, Kennett, California, communities in the ironically named Never Sink, New York, all now underwater due to human-made infrastructure. These places are extra bizarre because they were almost always destroyed intentionally, but not maliciously. At least in a way that wasn't overtly malicious. They were weighed against the utility of a lake or irrigation for hydroelectricity and judged by someone to not make the cut. But what the Forgotten City most directly references is a different version of the Earth reclaiming a civilization. Pompeii, or Herculaneum, or the many other cities swallowed by an impossible amount of ash and lava. The Forgotten City's ancient era, its bodies reaching for help in the moment of death, its archaeological themes, all these call back to our common picture of a volcano-destroyed city. But it is a little ironic that the popular imagination's picture of these places is actually dug up. We know what Pompeii looked like because of decades of excavation. We've seen those bodies because they were unearthed. Ancient Herculaneum is excavated as well, though only partially because there's a city built on top of it. But not all places that suffer this fate are exhumed. In her outstanding book, Islands of Abandonment, Cal Flint writes about visiting Plymouth, Montserrat, a city now dozens of feet underground, buried by an angry volcano in the ancient year of 1995. There are still many people with living memories of Plymouth. There are people whose houses, filled with their possessions, lay under many, many feet of new rock. Flynn goes with a tour guide to the post-volcanic Plymouth, and as he describes the geography of the pre-buried city, she describes experiencing a sort of extraordinary vertigo. Hearing about everything that used to exist there, she felt that she was, quote, standing on a clear glass floor, high above the former capital. Plymouth was taken by multiple pyroclastic flows, a phenomenon that's given us some of our most striking volcanic imagery. Independent from lava, a pyroclastic flow consists of rock and gas that scream out of a volcano in a terrifyingly fast wave of destruction, moving at hundreds of miles per hour. In Pompeii, people died slowly enough that they were able to curl up, the temperature in the mere hundreds of degrees. In Herculaneum, the pyroclastic flow hit the city so fast that the residents' brains boiled and their skulls literally blew open. Fortunately, no one died in the Plymouth eruption of 1995, but the city was there, and then it was gone. A burial of a city doesn't always happen all at once. There are other situations in the history of cities where the burying is more fungal. New construction simply growing upon the old, despite the old still being present in one way or another. In a previous video I talked about Edinburgh and its two-tiered streets, the poor both economically and physically trapped underneath with the dark and the plague. Seattle's Great Fire in 1889 burned almost 30 city blocks, but, like sprouts after a forest fire, the city continued to grow unabated, people raising the street level and building directly on top of the burnt remains. This is often how cyberpunk dystopias are imagined too. The street level remains grossly contemporary to our current day, while the artificial peaks built on top of them shimmer with holographic beauty. Despite often being based in tragedy, the appeal of cities buried under earth or water or ash is pretty magnetic for me. It's that gosh darn anthropological thrill, getting to uncover history and feeling like you're discovering something new, even though there's necessarily already been someone there. These work so well as a plot device because there are often just enough details to set your imagination spinning. Missing key information, more than one story has turned to supernatural forces or extraterrestrial life to explain a mysterious civilization. But there is a darker side to this excitement. More than once, more than a dozen times, vital detail and humanizing history have been cast aside to fit into a narrative more palatable for whoever currently controls the story of history. It's easy for anthropological interest to shift into a complete colonialist mindset, appointing oneself the discoverer, historian, and steward of a culture that does not need a stranger to be any of those things. Recently, I went to see a mummy exhibit at a local art museum. The man responsible for most of the excavations, a long-dead English eugenicist, described digging through ancient cities, unearthing thousands of mummies, and keeping the dozen or so he found most interesting. The rest were tossed, or became firewood, or were sold to tourists. It's a cycle that's barely slowed. Today in America, more than a third of Native American sites on federally protected land, many of which are grave sites, have been completely emptied out by treasure hunters and self-appointed historians. The pattern is even more gross than simple theft. Not only have people decided that they're entitled to the cool and fun hobby of grave robbing, they're able to do it because our environment has been sculpted by that same colonialist entitlement. Vast swaths of the U.S. are built on buried indigenous cities, far more recent than is comfortable to remember. Man-made flooding from artificial dams disproportionately submerges Native American territory. Elbow Woods, I previously mentioned, a native town, swept away in 1953. Massive portions of Seneca territory were lost after the construction of the Kinzua Dam in 1965, and I don't think it's a stretch to say that today the constant efforts to cover reservations in pipelines that threaten their own manner of floods, is an extension of this history. What I'm saying is it's pretty goddamn rich to voyeuristically delight in the rediscovery of a buried city when you've sat by and watched its destruction. There's a difference between the genuine magic of discovering the layers of the past and redefining history to excuse the ethics of your conquerings. Exploring this thematic territory, even in fiction, carries the weight of its real-life occurrences. Everything I'm about to say has already been written long before I started this script. Jorge Luis Borges' Library of Babel has every book, article, and poem ever written. It has the script to every one of my video essays. It has every diary entry you've ever written, then torn up out of embarrassment. It also has everything that ever will be written. The best-selling novel of 2028, the acceptance speech of the next President of the United States, the perfect plot analysis to Death Stranding 2. But mostly, it has a near infinite amount of nonsense. The rules of Borges' library are simple. Each room is a hexagon, 4 walls filled with shelves. Each shelf holds 160 books. Each book is 410 pages. Each page has 40 lines. Each line has approximately 80 characters. The walls that aren't filled with books open onto other galleries, identical in dimension. The books have a defined alphabet, spaces, and characters, and that's it. Every single tome, 410 pages of those characters, haphazardly smashed together from cover to cover. And the library contains every single possible book given that rule set. Are you getting it now? Starting to understand the scale of this thing? 1,000 monkeys smashing typewriters for 1,000 years is a grain of sand on the beach that is the Library of Babel. And as such, the library has the answers to everything that's ever been wondered, and everything that hasn't.
One which my father saw in a hexagon on circuit 1594 was made up of the letters M.C.V., perversely repeated from the first line to the last. Another very much consulted in this area is a mere labyrinth of letters, but the next to last page says, "O time, thy pyramids."
Somewhere in this collection is a book that tells your exact future. Every event that will ever happen to you for the rest of your life. As a matter of fact, there are millions of copies of this book, each separated by just a single typo or choice of phrase. There's also somewhere a perfect guide to the location in the library of the location of the book that tells your future. Of course, there are also billions of books that will erroneously claim to be that perfect guide. In Borges's short story, the library is all that the narrator has ever known, and as far as he knows, it's all that has ever existed.
The library exists ad eternum. The universe, with its elegant endowment of shelves, of enigmatical volumes, can only be the work.
The Library of Babel is the endpoint on a sort of spectrum of libraries. And on the other side, we have the ones that we typically interact with in real life. These libraries have computerized search systems, or card catalogs, or the dang Dewey Decimal System. There are almost always librarians who work there. But even without any people, the buildings themselves are designed to facilitate you finding the information you need. Modern libraries don't actually want to have every book ever written available. That would be logistically unmanageable, prohibitively expensive, and, maybe most important of all, completely unhelpful to people who actually come to the library to learn things. A big part of the upkeep of a library is actually taking books out of circulation, what they call weeding. There's actually a hilariously apt acronym for this process. MUSTY.
M is for misleading.
Or factually inaccurate.
U is for ugly. S for superseded.
By a new edition or a much better book.
And the last two letters are T for trivial and Y for your collection has no use for this book, because they really want that MUSTY acronym to work.
Public libraries, tending to their paper gardens, are in a constant process of reviewing, removing, and preparing for future growth. And this is good and necessary. Musty books are almost never in high demand. Most of them haven't been checked out for years. But even still, I have trouble not seeing this process as a little sad. Even if it's a history book that refers to America's great 48 states, it's something that someone put sincere time and effort into. Yeah, it's probably misleading and ugly and superseded and all of that, but it's also something that someone poured their heart into, and I have trouble just throwing that aside. There are libraries that agree with this sentiment, that every single book is valuable, although not all of them are real. When I was a kid, I thought the Library of Congress had a copy of every book ever written. I didn't really care about every book, but I was extremely interested in the fact that they might have the Animorphs book that was never at my local library. I mean, if anyone's going to have a copy of Megamorphs 2 in the time of dinosaurs, it's got to be the Library of Congress, right? Oh my god, it does. It also has 14 million photographs, 5 million maps, 72 million manuscripts, and 8 million pieces of sheet music. It doesn't have everything, but I feel like I'd be hard-pressed to think of a single thing that I couldn't find in their collection. I mean, they have megaliths too. The Library of Congress is actually held in a series of off-site locations, which makes sense, but I kind of wish it was just one superstructure of books and manuscripts and everything else. In my mind, the Library of Congress is kind of like the Duke's Archives in Dark Souls, a groaning tower of books, not built to be read or understood or even accessed. You don't walk into this room in Dark Souls. You're held captive in it. You're killed, but unlike every other time in the game where you come back somewhere you've been before, this time you wake up in a jail cell in a tower. And while the key to the cell is fairly easy to get, stepping out of your cell means reckoning with the colossal weight of the knowledge held here. The Souls games tie a pretty close connection between unmitigated access to knowledge and madness. In Dark Souls lore, the Duke's Archives was given to the dragon Seath the Scaleless, who betrayed his brethren dragons and spent his life searching for immortality, and he succeeded, at a price. Somewhere along the hundreds of thousands of books locked away in the Duke's Archives, his mind slipped away. Protecting his own eternal life and his eldritch collection became the only thing that mattered, so much that he turned parts of his library into a prison. Seath isn't the only victim of his library either. Big Hat Logan, a legendary wandering sorcerer you encounter several times, takes up residence in the Duke's Archives. As you can imagine, the draw of all that knowledge was impossible to resist for a scholar like him.
Tell the story of these archives. A great pool of knowledge, the fruits of superior wisdom, and an unquenchable desire for the truth.
But, just like Seath, he couldn't handle it. It's hard to know how many books he consumed before the last of his sanity left him.
Oh, were you just here? This fascinating place treats my sense of time.
But we do know where he ends up. At the peak of a tower, naked, having abandoned his life's work under the weight of what he's learned. Bloodborne 2 is a game full of unhinged characters, but no one more than Mikolash.
Ah, Carlos. Some say cousin. Do you hear your grandness? You shall not abandon the dream.
Mikolash is a scholar who locked himself away in a nightmare, but it's no coincidence that your fight with him leads you in maddening loops through his dusty library. In Bloodborne, you have a counter called Insight that ticks upward as you discover more about the hallucinatory world you're fighting your way through. With enough insight, you can perform techniques that are more or less indistinguishable from magic. With enough insight, you can see the monsters that cling to the spires of the city, hidden in plain sight. It's not hard to imagine that with enough insight, you'd end up just like Mikolash, cackling among his stores of knowledge, screaming his supplications for more eyes to learn with.
Grant us eyes, grant us eyes. Grant eyes on our brains to cleanse our beastly idiocy.
The opportunities hidden in these massive stores are irresistible. A few years ago, Harvard discovered that it had a copy of De Destines de l'Âme, or Destinies of the Soul, that was bound in human skin. There's actually a name for this practice. It's called anthropodermic bibliophagy. The book in question actually even had an inscription by the author.
This book is bound in human skin parchment, on which no ornament has been stamped to preserve its elegance. By looking carefully, you easily distinguish the pores of the skin. A book about the human soul deserved to have a human covering. I have kept this piece of human skin taken from the back of a woman.
What's really chilling about this discovery is Well, everything. It's a book covered in skin. But what really gets me about it is that Harvard has had this book since the 30s. Did no one realize what they were holding? Or did someone know exactly what it was and tucked it away on a shelf regardless, where it would wait nearly a century before being discovered again? There have been attempts to catalog every book. The most recent and maybe most promising was by that friendly face who has definitely never done anything evil, Google. Around 2004, Google started borrowing books from libraries by the truckload. One by one, a person would flip through the pages of a book while some very specifically designed equipment scanned the pages. They did this with 25 million books. Their stated goal was to scan all 129,864,880 books in the world. And that was in 2010. Presumably there are more now. But as often happens with these enormous tech companies and their perceived as unlimited power, they didn't bother to check with laws first. Under the crushing weight of concerns from living authors and the inability to figure out what to do with the dead ones, Google eventually shelved the effort. The compendium would have to wait for another time. But here's the thing. It's not like they deleted those 25 million books. Google has billions of perfectly scanned, searchable pages of rare books and out-of-print ones, and maybe even megamorphs too in the time of dinosaurs, and they're just sitting on a hard drive somewhere. Jane Summers, who wrote this fantastic article in The Atlantic, described it just as I imagined, like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, where these petabytes of data are just rolled into a warehouse and left there. What's standing between us and a digital public library of 25 million volumes? Summers asked. A Google engineer answered, "You'd get in a lot of trouble, but all you'd have to do, more or less, is write a single database query. You'd flip some access control bits from off to on." As powerful as our stories of hoarded libraries, however, are the tales of their destructions. Most famous of all is probably the Library of Alexandria, a true site that has taken on absolutely mythic status and was once home to anywhere between 40,000 and 700,000 scrolls. Alexander the Great did not found the Library of Alexandria, although he was the city's namesake. He was historically not a big fan of them. Alexander's wars and quest for cultural dominance led him to do stuff like burn the massive collection of books in ancient Persepolis. The foundation of the library came after Alexander's death with this guy named Ptolemy Soter, and we honestly don't know a ton about it. It is absolutely more real than the Duke's Archives or the Library of Babel, but because of its hyperbolized place in history, it's just as hard to fully understand. I'm sure I'm not the only one who's heard that we would be living on Mars, sipping space martinis with robot butlers, if only the library hadn't burned to the ground. Well, big news. It didn't burn. Not really. There was a time when it kind of burned, but not intentionally. See, the thing was, there were just too many ships in the harbor, and Caesar was like, what's the best way to get all these ships out of the harbor? And obviously the answer is to burn all the ships, and then some of the floating ash drifted over and landed on the library and torched some tens of thousands of scrolls. Not great, but the library continued to function. And the other stories of crusades by Christian fanatics, or ransacking by a Merton Balas and his invading dudes, let me just say, rumors of the library's demise have been greatly exaggerated. It's kind of fun to think of it as some great tragedy, eons of knowledge destroyed by a stray match. But things just aren't that exciting. Most likely, it was just a casualty of the general de-emphasis of Alexandria as a world-important city after it came under Roman rule. There were other libraries, and so having this one store of all knowledge just wasn't that much of a priority. It was destroyed, eventually, in one of those good old wars between people with names like Aurelian and Zenobia, but by then most of the scrolls had been copied or just given away. In Borges's story, there are cults that live within the bookshelves that sought to rid the library of all gibberish. That is, almost the entire library. They would only preserve the books that they could comprehend, and they would throw every other book into the bottomless void that exists between floors, ridding themselves of the undeserving in a crusade-like quest for meaning.
Others thought the first thing to do was eliminate all worthless books. They would invade the hexagons, show credentials that were not always false, leaf disgustedly through a volume, and condemn entire walls of books. It is to their hygienic, aesthetic rage that we lay the senseless loss of millions of volumes.
But, as the narrator in the story muses, there's no number of books they could destroy that could actually affect the library. When it comes to almost infinity, millions of books don't even qualify as a footnote. But the reason the semi-fictional destruction of Alexandria is so magnetically tragic, the reason I still get a little pang of sadness when I read about people throwing nonsense books into a void, is that libraries are important for more than just practical day-to-day knowledge. They're a way of preserving who we are, and who we were, and who we could be. In our modern day, there actually have been threats of catastrophic losses to libraries, and there have been real-life heroes who stepped in to stop them. In 2013, a group of men swept into the Ahmed Baba Institute in Sankore, Mali, a government library. They grabbed thousands of centuries-old manuscripts, threw them into a courtyard, and torched the whole lot of them. The attack was predictable, at least to one man named Abdel Hadar Haidara. He knew that Al-Qaeda had been sweeping through the region, incinerating the written history of Mali. He knew that the arson wouldn't be an isolated incident. And he knew that Timbuktu's Mama Haidara Library, a collection of manuscripts that he fought tooth and nail to save, could be next. So immediately he starts buying trunks. Thousands of trunks. Every trunk in Timbuktu. And then he gets metal workers to tear apart oil drums and weld them back into trunks. Why is he doing this? Because he's going to save his entire library. Some backstory. From around 1500 to 1600, Timbuktu lived in an absolute golden age of writing and research. Scholars wrote endlessly on astronomy and medicine and law and how to have good orgasms, which was seriously groundbreaking. And the pages that they wrote on were gorgeous too, with way more flourishes than your average science textbook. They used different colors of inks, filled the margins with geometric designs, occasionally even pressing the pages with gold leaf. Timbuktu's writers were using the Quran as a jumping off point to explore basically all the mysteries of the universe in a legitimately beautiful and expansive way. But, as always seems to happen, the Golden Age came to an end. Morocco took over Timbuktu and demonstrated a willingness to destroy books that pushed bibliophiles into hiding. Later, French Sudan occupied and colonized. Soldiers frequently stole the manuscripts and took them home to display in museums and private collections, but more dangerous was the language itself. French became the language taught in Timbuktu schools, and as such, the manuscripts, which were written in Arabic, became inaccessible to more and more of the population. But there were people who remembered and appreciated the meaning of those pages, people like Haidara. And after years of convincing folks that the manuscripts were worth saving, him and other collectors/librarians were able to compile a genuinely inspiring collection. And then, after yet another occupation, this time Al-Qaeda, they realized that the centralized nature of those libraries made them targets. To save the manuscripts, they were going to have to break up the library. So Haidara and volunteers buy every trunk in Timbuktu, and then they start packing them. And remember, these aren't bound books as we think of them. They're much closer to stacks of really delicate papers. But Haidara and the hundreds of thousands of these into the trunks, and they're doing it at midnight, because they knew that this was all extremely not cool with the bad guys, and they also knew that if they were caught, the whole plan and the manuscripts themselves would go up in smoke. Eventually, they get everything Haidara sent one of the volunteers, his nephew, to Bamako with a jeep loaded with 5 chests. The nephew gets harassed at checkpoints and thrown in jail twice along the way, but eventually makes it all the way to Bamako. He distributes the chests among private houses in the city, people who have promised to keep them safe and secret, and then he drives back and does it again, and again and again. He drives the 600-mile checkpoint-filled round trip 30 times. Eventually, even that trip was made impossible, though, and Haidara and the volunteers realize they only have one other option: sending the remaining manuscripts down the Niger River. You know, a river made of water. You ever drop a book in the bathtub? You ever do that with a centuries-old manuscript? 791 trunks got sent down the river, paying bribes and dodging literal attack helicopters the whole time. But they made it. Every single trunk, by land and by sea, made it safely to Bamako, where they were kept safe by people who were willing to literally risk their lives to protect these books. The first time I got to pick out a PG-13 movie for myself was at the Morris Public Library in Minnesota. I was visiting my grandma there over the holidays. I picked out Men in Black. The next time I got to pick out an R-rated movie to watch for myself, it was also at the Morris Public Library. This time, it was The Matrix. Though I was usually only up there once a year, that library has power over me. I wandered the shelves when it was negative 15 degrees outside. I spent hours poring over their movies. I checked their collection to see if they had Megamorphs 2 in the time of dinosaurs. Yes, I'm still on this beat! A few months ago, I was back in Minnesota, and I went to the library, and just coming out of the cold air and smelling those stacks was like being hit by a nostalgia truck. I don't think I realized how much of me now was based on the time I spent in that library when I was a kid. And that's just me, as a dorky kid. I can only imagine the meaning, the self-defining that could come from a library like the one saved in Timbuktu. I understand why people would risk imprisonment and attack helicopters to save it. In Borges's short story, everyone has defined themselves by the library. Of course they have. They literally don't know anything else. But the philosophies that arise from living inside an infinite library are weirdly relatable. Sheer joy at the idea that all the answers for everything we're looking for have already been written down, followed by the realization that the answers aren't the hard part. Not really. It's understanding the collection, wrapping your brain around that infinite amount of knowledge. Libraries can be intimidating, exclusionary. They can be musty. But they are overwhelmingly beautiful. And if you're lucky enough to spend time in one, it will help you know yourself.
The library will endure, illuminated, solitary, infinite, perfectly motionless, equipped with precious volumes, useless, incorruptible, secret. My solitude is gladdened by this elegant home.
every scene. He even acted out the character's expressions in a mirror, using him.
James, honey, did something happen to you?
This isn't what PS2 games looked like. I mean, it is. This is Silent Hill 2, almost 2 decades old, released for the PlayStation 2 in 2001. But still, this isn't what PS2 games looked like. The generally accepted term for what we're watching now is an FMV, or full motion video. There are movies that are rendered completely outside a game's engine and then stitched back into it. They didn't need to follow the same rules as the rest of a game's graphics. They didn't have to look anything like it. And while most FMVs were used to pull a player deeper into the world, there are a few exceptions to that rule. Scenes that unmoor a player instead and send them spinning into a sort of limbo, where everything is equally untrustworthy, and reality is a promise that can't be kept. Acceptance of another reality is inherent in games. To even begin to interact with a story requires accepting that this bundle of polygons, this loose representation of a human, should be given the same suspension of disbelief that we give to older, more traditional mediums. And games, for their part, typically make this as easy as possible. They're cohesive, they hold together. Even though we're still far from mistaking these digital constructions for our reality, they're reliable enough that we can accept them as a reality. For basically as long as games have existed, extra textual sources have helped form these worlds in our imagination. The art on the side of arcade cabinets gives context to the abstract pixels on screen. Backstories and instruction manuals gave blank slate characters some sort of motivation. Mega Man might look like a blue blob, but if you check out the box art, he actually looks like this. Ugh! Typically, that's what FMVs were used for, lending the environment some extra texture when the in-game graphics couldn't quite cut it, giving you a super detailed version of the character that you could imagine when looking at the normal low-poly ones. They pulled you further into the world, cementing the in-game world as one that could be believed. And then there's Silent Hill 2. The word uncanny is thrown around a lot in our modern-day world, and Uncanny Valley makes up the lion's share of that. Animation can look almost perfect. Computers can pretty perfectly fake humanity.
Sure, what time are you looking for around? At 12 p.m.
Until they can't. And while these can certainly be creepy in their own way, to me they usually feel more like technological growing pains than strange or mysterious, the way that uncanny is meant to be used. But there's something about Silent Hill 2's FMVs. They still unsettle me, almost 2 decades later. Watching scenes from this game, it's almost like the characters are phasing in and out of reality. There are seconds when the lighting is so spot on it genuinely looks like a recording. And then in the very next second, they'll make an expression that's so bizarre, you'll wonder how you ever thought they looked human. But then again, in the very next shot, you'll get another one of those near-perfect moments, and you'll be thrown into wondering again. The true game, the part rendered in real time using the PS2, falls more in line with what we think a 2001 PS2 game should look like. And it's gorgeous too, in its own way. The way James's flashlight is swallowed up by the inky blackness, the way the ever-present fog distorts depth, this legitimately unnerving shot between 2 narrow buildings. But it is more or less predictable. No matter how strong the art direction, this game just can't grow more shaders, sprout more polygons. It is bound to the platform it exists on. But all bets are off when it comes to FMVs. full CGI animation was still really in early days here. Toy Story was just 6 years earlier, and Pixar intentionally chose toys because facial expressions were really hard. Games had used them for a while. The juggernaut of CGI cutscenes was probably Square Enix, who had been pumping out hours of them for the Final Fantasy series since 7, but always with anime proportioned characters more fitting of that series. Facial motion capture was rudimentary at best. We're still not perfect at creating digital expressions, but back then it was the Wild West. There was no magic bullet capturing emotion. So when it came to Silent Hill 2, artistic lead and character designer Takayoshi Sato opted to use no facial mocap at all, hand animating every scene. He even acted out the characters' expressions in a mirror, using himself as a reference for all their little details. Because of that commitment, you get these moments, folds of skin and micro expressions that are impressively realistic, even today. But for every perfect little moment, there's an equally imperfect one. When you watch Silent Hill 2's FMVs, you can feel that conflict. An artist struggling to reconcile the reality he wanted to represent with the limitations of his own ability and the system he was working within. But what's remarkable about this bizarre, halfway real aesthetic is that it absolutely works.
See? I'm real.
Silent Hill 2 is a horror game, but as many people have pointed out before me, Silent Hill 2 is a piece of introspective horror more than any single shock or grotesquerie. Repeatedly, James, the protagonist, is forced to confront parts of himself far more sick than anything in the town. How long did James treat his wife as dead while she lay very much alive on her hospital bed? Why are the monsters he has to beat into the ground dressed as pinup nurses, all exposed skin and broken bones? From what dark corner of his psyche did he pull the idea of Pyramid Head from? The physical manifestation of the punishment he thinks he deserves. Throughout the game, we're constantly struggling to get a clear picture of who James actually is. But in response, Silent Hill 2 doesn't give us one. It gives us several. The very first shot of the game is James staring into a mirror, drenched in dark. There's a reason so many reviews and retrospectives of the game have centered themselves around this image. It's remarkable. Between the darkness, the griminess of the mirror, the greasiness of his hair, it's initially hard to tell what medium this even is. Is it in-game? Is it an FMV? Is it a photograph? A couple seconds more inspection will give you your answer. His hand moves just a little too sharply across his face. The lighting loses a lot of its luster when he steps away from the mirror. But the initial power of this image is undeniable. For a fleeting moment, the player and James are on exactly the same wavelength. He stares into those dark pools of his eyes alongside us, searching for something, anything, to hold on to underneath. It makes our very first seconds in this world one of questioning. And no matter how many hours we spend there, a concrete answer always eludes us. This is not the only time mirrors are used to fragment reality in Silent Hill 2. In another FMV, just seconds long, James finds a woman named Angela lying on her side, staring into the blade of a knife. What you can't immediately tell from this shot is that we're not seeing either character directly. Instead, Angela and James are only visible from this angle because of the wall-sized mirror in front of them. We open the scene by seeing their reflections, doubles of themselves, bathed in dark, just like James in the opening. Not to be outdone, Angela is in fact facing two different versions of herself, the reflection in the mirror and her own image distorted on the knife's blade. And this is just in the FMV. Seconds later, it switches to in-game graphics, giving us a whole new set of characters and reflections to contend with. It's like Silent Hill is trying to break us, throwing so many different versions of the same character at us that we completely lose track of what's real. Even the frame rate is at odds with itself. The FMVs run at 60 frames per second, twice as fast as the in-game 30 FPS. The game refuses stability at every turn. As the cherry on top, Silent Hill 2 renders reflections by simply creating a perfect double on the other side of the mirror. If one happens to break out of balance, the question of which James is real becomes even more impossible to answer. The FMVs are particularly unsettling because the game refuses to foreshadow their appearance. This scene comes in the middle of a long trek through a confusing building. James finds a shelf he can push to the side, revealing a long ladder into darkness behind it. But when you press the button to climb down the ladder, you're met with,
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Despite the fact that nothing particularly horrifying happens, this scene is basically a jump scare. It happens so quickly. 1 second you're a predictable 2001 model of James, the next you're in an unfamiliar room with an unexpected aesthetic and the unexplained reappearance of Maria, who you hadn't seen for hours. And even the scene itself is so weird. James, like always, seems supremely unaffected by all the awful things he's seen in the town. Maria, in contrast, is all over the place, wildly oscillating between grateful, angry, and distraught. Her reading of "anyway" is maybe my favorite line in the whole game. You just can't get comfortable playing Silent Hill 2.
No, I just...
Stay with me! Don't ever leave me alone!
This recurring motif of wavering reality creates a powerful sense of insecurity. Through all the different visual mediums, the uncanny reality of the FMVs, the abstraction of the in-game figures, the swirling layers of fog, the drowning black of the game's interior, there's never one that seems to hold legitimacy over the others. Each is just another layer of the darkness that is Silent Hill 2. It's not the only game that's played with reality, though. Devotion, created by Taiwanese developer Red Candle Games, arguably does so on a much more fundamental level, because Devotion, in some ways, doesn't exist. Released on February 19, 2019, it was available for purchase for all of 1 week before being pulled off digital storefronts on February 26th. The reason for the axing, a small piece of graffiti that compared Xi Jinping to Winnie the Pooh, was quickly patched out, but not quick enough to avoid the dissolution of Red Candle Games' Chinese business license and the disappearance of Devotion from all store shelves. It's a terrible shame, because not only is Devotion's takedown a suppression of art and a quashing of political speech, Devotion as a game is really freaking good. It's a game that deserves to be played. But as it happens, hanging in this limbo, finished but not available, released but not for sale, is somewhat thematically appropriate for Devotion. It, like Silent Hill 2, is a game that bends reality. The basic setup for Devotion isn't complicated. We mostly play as Du Feng-yu, a man who lives with his wife and daughter in an apartment in Taipei. He was a moderately successful screenplay writer. His wife, Gong Li Fan, was a singer and pop icon. Both of their glory days are behind them, though, and now it's their daughter, Mei Xin, who's attempting to enter show business by singing on a reality TV competition. But Devotion isn't a game about healthy family values. Feng Yu in particular seems to be saddling his 8-year-old daughter with his crushing hopes and dreams of getting back into the limelight. Mei Xin, wanting her parents' approval but terrified of actually performing, gets sick. Physically, psychologically, some inextricable mix of the two. Li Fan leaves, and Feng Yu commits both himself and Mei Xin to a cultish treatment plan, one that only results in tragedy. Why am I talking about this, though? What does this have to do with reality? Well, throughout the game, representations of the outside world, and especially of Mei Lin, happen through altered reality, just like the FMVs of Silent Hill. Except in 2019, representational graphics in games are far closer to Silent Hill 2's CGI than its pixely in-game visuals. So, to emphasize the uncanny, Devotion goes one step further. It uses real life. Mei Shin's performance on TV represents a turning point in the lives of all three family members. For Mei herself, it's when her anxieties begin to crystallize and manifest in her mysterious illness. For Li Fan, it's when her concern for her daughter's well-being outweighed any vicarious wishes of future show business success. And for Feng Yu, it's when he decided to double down on a treatment that would define his and his daughter's lives. For each, this performance is the big bang that would ultimately shape their fate. It's easy to imagine that each thinks about this program on a daily basis. So it's only appropriate that in the game it takes on a completely uncanny aesthetic. The ramifications that have rippled outward from this show have retrospectively magnified the recording's importance, giving it a life of its own in each of their memories. What happens on the TV looks fundamentally different than everything else in the world. There's the apartment where they live, their possessions, their selves. And then there's how they exist with their names and flashing lights. Repeatedly throughout the game, your character, Feng Yu, at this point, comes to on a couch, watching his daughter perform. He's obsessed. And when we learn about his wife's former career as a pop icon and all of his attempts at screenwriting, this fundamental difference in aesthetic makes sense. Out there in front of the cameras, the performances in public, that's legitimate. It is more real than anything else in his world. Everything he does and makes his daughter do is an attempt to break back into that reality. Disturbingly, this isn't the only representation we see of Mei Shin. She's real when she's on TV. But in a house where she lies sick or listens to bedtime stories from her dad, she's a literal doll. Unmoving, unfeeling. We even get to watch the doll go through an automaton-like day's routine. Each event in the day is unsettling on some level, but the doll itself doesn't emote, doesn't smile or frown or cry. Like with her performance on TV, Mei Shin exists here in Feng Yu's memory in an altered state. But unlike the recording, with all the details, character, and imperfection of reality, here he's made her inanimate, an object to be puppeted around. He is moving her farther from realness. Is this the way Feng Yu sees his daughter? A doll, only alive when it can be made to perform? There's no doubt that he cares for Mei Shin. The sacrifice he makes later in the game viscerally drives that point home. But what version of his daughter is he making the sacrifices for? The doll that he interacts with on a day-to-day basis, going through the motions of fatherhood while she lays sick in bed? Or the one on TV he keeps returning to, his real daughter, that only exists on a videotape? The one that performed in the public eye so beautifully?
I think there are two main factors that evoke fear. First, to see something beyond their understanding. Second, to see concealed their true self.
The world you inhabit is not true, is a horror conceit that expands far beyond Silent Hill and devotion. Countless stories, tales of ghosts and the ravages of time and other realities, have understood how destabilizing that concept is. But I'm not sure I've ever experienced that conflict firsthand as acutely as when confronted with the multiple coexisting realities of these games. The fear it evokes, as per Seiko's quote, is absolutely unique as well. It doesn't come as a shock, nor does it have the distinctive lump in your throat, the cold sweat of rising suspense, although both these games do have both of those. This fear instead is a dense forest, one where you think you're only feet from the path, and then you turn around and it's just trunks and underbrush and twisted roots stretching out in every direction. It's the realization that this place, which you thought you knew well, is as strange and unfamiliar as it has been to everyone else who enters it. We are led into these uncanny worlds by the promise of familiarity, but the more time we spend in them, the more off they feel. Every emotion is an alien interpretation. Every reflection is wrong. And also, unlike a jump scare, unlike rising tension, there's no release. These works introduce us to this forest, they lead us in, and then they just end. and we're still in the woods. Out by a lot of stuff these days. You know, the world generally, entropy, the prospect of going outside. Sometimes I just need a mental reset button, something to lower my heart rate and kind of bring it back to zero. A systems diagnostic check. And the thing is, I actually have that button. Watch, I'll show you. It's like entering an decompression chamber. Everything's stressful is temporarily blown out of my brain and replaced with this oozing safe.
Messo in ordine, mamma mia, c'era un casino qui, sembrava...
It's simultaneously mournful and reassuring, a little haunted, but
Sì,
not
il
malevolent.
schermo è tutto?
Schermo non so, non è...
Safe.
Come non è?
This feeling is appropriate, as many of you probably already know. The track is called Serenity. It's by composer Misaos and Bongi, and it's from Resident Evil 4, one of the most successful and influential horror games of all time. Also, it has by far the most suplexes per minute of any horror game in modern memory. Just saying. Just saying. Serenity is actually a part of a grand Resident Evil tradition, the save room. Scrounging ammo, dodging zombies, trying to fit a key and a spark plug and a grenade launcher in your inventory at the same time, it's all incredibly stressful stuff. And that's why the games, since the very first one, have given you a respite in the save room. Take a breath, save your game, get everything organized before you run outside again. And since the very first Resident Evil, these rooms kinda had a feeling like the eye of a hurricane. You aren't safe permanently. At some point soon, you're going to have to brave the outside again, full of undead and puzzles and not nearly enough shotgun ammo. But for a few precious seconds, you're safe. This continued throughout the series. Even if a game didn't have a traditional save room, it had something like a save theme. It speaks to a core design ethos. It can't be full-on horror all of the time. You need to give players a minute to rest. And that brings us to Resident Evil 4, also known as Baby's first Resident Evil. Now, I know that people say this game isn't traditional horror and it's not as scary as fixed camera, limited ink roll spoofs, but when I played this as a recently bar mitzvahed boy, I was tense. The opening fight in the village has the goal of pushing you to your absolute limit, and it wildly succeeds after the near misses and last-second headshots and... I came out of this fight literally trembling. Again, I was 13. Resident Evil 4 may not be the lurking dread kind of scary, but it is incredibly good at making you feel on edge, like you're just one missed shot away from certain death. On my umpteenth playthrough, I can game the systems and feel totally empowered, but on my first, I found the flow of combat precarious, verging on exhausting. On my umpteenth playthrough, I know which areas have enemies and which areas don't. I know when I need to be on guard. On my first, though, no security. I had no idea where Ganados might pop up, who might be a potential threat. Rakes aren't safe, lamps aren't safe, nothing is. This all culminates in a fight against El Gigante, a brute who's likely to home run you right into the wall with a tree trunk if you aren't careful. Again, it's not keep me up at night scary, but it is unbelievably intense. And so to finish that fight and then walk down these stairs onto this secluded underground dock and hear this, it's a genuinely unforgettable moment for me. It communicates through those synthy wail cries actual safety. Sure, you're in the eye of the storm, but nothing's gonna hurt you here. I adore this series tradition. One of my favorite parts is how the theme grows and changes over the games, from the simple synths of the first couple to the endless atmosphere of 4, how the originals are changed and updated in the remakes, all the way to Resident Evil 7, which somehow sounds like a decaying acoustic deconstruction of the first. It's brilliant. I also find it fascinating that the contrast to horror isn't happy either, isn't bright and bouncy. Happy music is just distorted by the scares. Instead, it's just a return to something like neutral, the thing presumably most needed by the characters in these traumatic situations, and the thing most needed by a 13-year-old, man. Resident Evil isn't the only series that's discovered this either. And here's where things get cool, because horror games in general have some of the most strangely beautiful tracks I've heard in gaming. Is it because these games are just really good? Well, yeah. But I think there's a through line here, something deeper than just non-scary music makes the scary stuff more scary. There's this kind of longing present in all these tracks, a desire to return to something that maybe hasn't even ever existed. Look, okay, this is all getting very poetic, very fast, so let me put my money where my mouth is, and by money I mean Foggy Nightmareville, because it's time to talk about Silent Hill. I mean, have we ever been spoiled for choice more than looking for beautiful music in Silent Hill games? There's Promise and its reprise, everyone's favorite, just sad piano that's a little too intricate to allow a full descent into mourning. There's the unsettlingly motivated Rain of Brass Petals, a song that doesn't even appear in Silent Hill 3, but is on the soundtrack, and more importantly, feels like it understands the anxieties of these characters perfectly. There's the incredible Not Tomorrow, which has the distinction of being quietly melancholy, maybe tinged with hopefulness, while playing during a scene of true horror. Silent Hill's music frequently makes the choice to unnerve rather than outright terrify. They undercut themselves to achieve a greater atmosphere, a choice I couldn't respect more. And a choice I've already talked about at length. Whoops! But my favorite is what Not Tomorrow morphs into in the next game, Silent Hill 2's Theme of Laura. It still blows my mind that this song is from a horror game at all. It is so many things. My friend Henry noted that it almost feels like 2 tracks layered on top of each other. This acoustic bass of guitar and strings drowning in the ambience that defines the rest of the game's sound. But rather than these styles conflicting, they accentuate each other, just like the bizarre combination of the original Not Tomorrow and the grotesquerie it scores. It gets the Silent Hill sound. It walks that tightrope so well. It's definitely got spooky vibes, but it also just rocks, and not in the way where it seems like it's trying to make the game feel badass, because that almost never works. Just in the way where this is like a song that I would actually listen to. That longing feeling though, the one I mentioned earlier, that's here in spades. This is probably not an experience shared by every age group, but the general vibe of this song, the alternative bordering on emo, just hit this really specific musical memory for me. Music analyzer extraordinaire Polyphonic hit the nail on the head.
It feels like something that would play at my high school dance.
Doesn't it feel like that's exactly the vibe James is clinging to here? One of the false and faded glory of high school dances, of that foggily remembered best night of our lives. The entire game is framed around a trip back to a town based on the memory of one nice weekend he had with his wife, back when their relationship was magical and the future darkness was just a speck on the horizon. When this game was made 20 years ago, I'm sure the tone of this song had a completely different connotation, but I, like James, can only see things through clouded memories. This song, like the entire town, is a surprise punch of nostalgia. It's no surprise that Akira Yamaoka scored essentially every Silent Hill game. He gets this series. He has helped define its essence.
Si è sparato
Music
questo.
brings those subtextual feelings to the surface. It's why I use it in every minute of my videos, and it's certainly not unique to one genre. But it has a special power in horror. Maybe because our emotions are already so heightened. Maybe because the simple act of being afraid inherently connects us to that world better. Fearing something means that even for a couple minutes, that thing has power over you. And while some horror uses that power to just, keep scaring you, it can also be leveraged in a different direction, using that built-in empathy to subvert those spooks into something even more compelling. The game Amnesia: The Dark Descent is familiar to most gaming folks. The horror game that popularized the no fighting, only hiding first-person gameplay, the scariest game ever, the game that launched 1,000 screaming Let's Players. A lot of people have also heard of the sequel. After all, it has one of history's great names. Amnesia, a machine for pigs. But I rarely, if ever, hear this game actually talked about. There are vanishingly few monster chases in the game, it doesn't have nearly the clickbait ability of the first, and it's also just really weird. I mean, the subtitle is A Machine for Pigs. It does not make itself easy to parse. The game takes place at the very end of 1899. You play as Oswald Mandus, a dude who wakes up in a cage and has, wait for it, amnesia. As you wander around your spooky house that periodically makes loud noises, Oswald determines that his children are stuck in the bowels of his house, and he has to descend into the depths to find them. The machine for pigs part comes into play as our protagonist discovers he's got a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on. Oswald, good ol' Ozzy, reliably amnesiated, gradually figures out what's going on with his other half, Mandus. The dude, stick with me here, took a trip to Mexico, plundered an old temple, and found a stone egg. That stone egg showed him a vision of the future so unbearably horrifying that Mandus went full doomer, plunging all his resources into a machine that would basically kill all of humanity because complete annihilation would be more merciful than the 20th century. Also, he killed his own children as a sacrifice to the machine, and because it would be kinder than them dying in World War I. Woof. Also, the machine turns people into pigs. Humans are the pigs, but also pigs are the pigs. That's the name. A machine for pigs is what Mandus creates, but also the world is a machine for pigs. We are all pigs. It is a weird, fascinating game. One that forgoes many of the horror game mainstays that its own predecessor helped create. In case you didn't get this from the paragraph about the guy killing his kids because of World War I, it's a game about psychological horror, and that chases you through the halls far more often than, like, big pig dudes. Oh, but there's one thing I didn't mention, and that's that this game is scored by Jessica freaking Curry. For those who don't know, Jessica Curry was a longtime co-head of the studio The Chinese Room, and is basically a rock star of video game composition. Dear Esther's remarkable score was all her work, and she both directed and composed Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, which I can't play here because I'll get demonetized, but trust me when I say it is maybe the most beautiful score to a game ever written, ever. It's on Spotify. Go listen to it, please. But in between those two games, she also wrote the score for A Machine for Pigs, and did not miss the opportunity to make some truly bone-chilling sounds. But because she's Jessica Curry, it also has this. This song, titled Mandus, plays over the final section of the game, as you find the core of the giant machine you've been trekking through for the last several hours. A voice pleads with you not to turn off the machine, tries to express how awful the coming century will be, and now it's not your Jekyll or your Hyde, it's the machine itself, sentient enough to be utterly horrified by the future.
A house of skulls in the jungle. The innocent Mandus, trod and bled and gassed and starved and beaten and murdered and enslaved. This is your coming century. They will eat the Mandus. They will make pigs of you all.
And given the content of this monologue, it seems like the song should be extraordinarily grim. Dead kids, mustard gas, nuclear bombs. But instead you have this delicate series of broken chords, giving way to strings and a vocal track that both just race up and down, faster and faster, almost like the industrialization Mandus and the machine have been treading. And it's not victorious, it's not a defeat of the prophecy. Everything they've seen in the 20th century does come to pass, but it's not horror either. It's this sense of sheer inevitability. And it's an incredibly difficult line to walk tone-wise. How do you sell a finale in which the character's ultimate choice is to ensure the continuation of the world wars and mass starvation and all of the other cruelty humans are capable of, but by doing so also ensuring humanity? What does that sound like? But it's almost silly to ask these questions, because we know what it sounds like. Because Jessica Curry nailed it, as she always does. We have Mandus, as well as the following song, The New Century, to beckon us into the dark. At this point, you might just be thinking, great, Jacob likes pretty songs, awesome, good job. And you're right, I do like pretty songs. But it's not always enough to just throw some nice-sounding music in your horror game and call it a day. In The Evil Within, a game directed by Resident Evil 4 mastermind Shinji Mikami, it does the same safe room trick as Resident Evil. No enemies, take a breath, inject some green goo into your brain. But the game indicates it, not with moody synths, but with a really familiar song, Claire de Lune. Virtually every time you hear this song, you can zoom back to the safe asylum through a broken mirror. The song should hit that same Eye of the Hurricane feeling as Resident Evil, and it's fine. I'm certainly not here to throw shade at WC. The song itself is gorgeous, but it doesn't stir the same feelings within me as those quiet typewriter rooms. It doesn't have the same weight as those synth holes slowly calling. The thing is, Claire de Lune isn't much beyond pretty in this game. It doesn't really hit that nostalgia center, it doesn't yearn for a world different than the one we're in. And I'm criticizing The Evil Within, the game I genuinely like a lot, to set the table for a game that does this exceptionally well. You know what? A game that does almost everything exceptionally well. Hell, it deserves its own title card. Flip the switch. Here we go. The Evil Within 2, still helmed by Shinji Mikami and still starring the first game's not particularly compelling protagonist, released 3 years after the first one and sold about 25% as many copies. It also knocked my freaking socks off. This game has style. There are so many deliberate choices here, like how utterly weak you feel, or the deliciously indulgent and Twin Peaksy coffee drinking, or the fact that nothing tells you this nightmarish white doesn't go down with a simple stealth kill. Evil Within 2 feels like exactly the game Mikami wanted to make. It is genuinely wonderful and deserves to be played. Now I'm about to spoil the story, so do what you will. Describing every plot twist in The Evil Within 2 would be a difficult thing to do, and I'm not even gonna try. But here's the broadest possible overview. There's an evil corporation that controls essentially a VR horror world, where you lie in a bathtub and connect your brain to this thing. They want to make the VR world more powerful so they can take over the real one. I don't know, it's not important. The point is, you're in this VR horror world. And to make the horror world work, I have said that phrase too many times, the evil corporation needed someone who could keep it stable, to be like the base of it. And that person ends up being Sebastian's very young daughter. And so they kidnap her and pretend she died in a house fire. Sebastian is devastated over the loss of his daughter while they use her to control the VR world. Still with me? No, that's okay. It's not that important either. Sebastian's wife, Myra, is obsessed with the idea that their daughter isn't dead and was instead captured by a shadowy organization. She joins that organization and goes inside the VR horror world with the plan of rescuing her daughter, but when she gets there, she kind of loses control inside the system and decides that both she and her daughter should stay there forever. But then Sebastian shows up and shoots her corrupted form in the head, a bunch of times, and that brings her back to her senses, and she realizes that Sebastian should take their daughter and go. But she has to stay behind and destroy the evil within, if you will. On paper, it's not Hamlet. The first game had a similarly convoluted plot, and I played through that whole thing without really caring about any of the characters. And while I adored Evil Within 2's gameplay systems and world design and set pieces, I was feeling pretty much the same way. And then I reached the last level. I've already told you what happens here. Sebastian shoots his not-wife's glowing orange goop a bunch, and then she becomes good again. But here's what I didn't tell you. Chapter 16, in Limbo, happens in this white void, the world crumbling in on itself and reducing back to this ashy nothingness. After a point, there's no combat, there's no gameplay tension, no threat of a zombie jumping out and clawing you. It's just this long walk to your house on top of this hill, a house you've revisited many times in dreams and nightmares, a house you've seen burned to the ground over and over. And all the while, this slow walk up this hill, you're hearing this song. It's called Making Your Way Home by composer Masatoshi Yanagi. I mean, good lord. There is some of Serenity here from Resident Evil 4, some of those quiet synths and otherworldly calm. I said Serenity felt like a return to zero, and this track could have easily been that. The level is even called In Limbo. But instead, there's more. These strings layered over it, the combination of the artificial and the real, just like in Laura's theme. And for the first time in the game, I felt the significance of this to Sebastian. Walking up this hill towards his house that he watched burn to the ground, to his daughter who he thought was dead and his wife who he thought was lost, you can feel the tragic conflict here. There is a world where he just stays in this house, back to almost normalcy, back to a life he resigned to being lost years ago. There's a world where he can go back to his old life, but it's false. And so instead, this walk up to his house is a goodbye to those pieces of his memory and the life he once thought he'd live, and all the while those strings. The game knows how powerful this song is, and brilliantly, it never lets you escape it. Throughout the game, like the first, you've traveled through mirrors to a sort of alternate dimension police station where you level up and save and stuff, but here, in the limbo of this last level, that police station has just crashed into the hillside with everything else. Instead of zooming through a mirror, you just walk through the door. And instead of temporarily escaping the outside world, now it comes in with you. I want to emphasize this again. For dozens of hours, this office has been musically and physically separate. It's been the escape, it's been the safe room. It is not until the very end that it is thrust into the story proper. And it becomes another remnant of Sebastian's past that he'll have to leave behind.
When this is all over, you won't believe me again.
Because this will be over, or because I'll be dead.
The same answer applies either way.
Is this all there in the text? I guess. But it is entirely because of the music that this scene works. A direct confrontation with your longing for the past, demonstrating all the hopes and dreams and loss that lives there, while simultaneously recognizing the impossibility of that return. And what's even better, what drives this home as such a crowning victory of music, is that replaying the game, I realized this theme had been there the whole time. It's literally there for the title card. With that music comes that emotional weight. With that music comes that longing. It is a song that makes the entire game better. I recognize that we've gotten away from horror here. When I started writing this, I wanted to find a way that it was key to the genre, why these songs were so necessary to creating the atmosphere that also was conducive to being scared. I do think there's something there, that horror is always a fight to return to what's known, and these songs reflect the futility of ever walking back to the past, ever turning back what's already happened. But I think there's something simpler, more fundamental going on too. These songs transcend genre, because people aren't genres, and what these tracks make me feel is just connection and empathy, and that's not a horror thing or a video game or even a story thing. That's just art.
4chan thread from December of last year. In the thread, someone linked his YouTube channel. Also, later on in the thread, people were saying that I was going to make a video on it, so I guess that came full circle. What I didn't realize at the time, and didn't end up realizing until I did research into the series, is that the YouTube channel is secondary to the website. And whenever you travel to the website itself, you are greeted by this, something that looks like a very old database. The homepage reads, bringing yesterday into today. Here at Hypnagogic Archive, we're dedicated to preserving the weird and the wonderful from years gone by. Are you a fan of web, otherwise known as the old web? You've come to the right place. Our team of experts scours pages of Web 1.0 material to bring you forgotten gems and treasures, many of which you probably forgot about. Whether you're in for a classic blog post that'll make you roll on the floor laughing, or videos filmed in 2007 on a Nokia smartphone, we've got your back. We stock new material regularly from a wide variety of classic sites, so stay tuned. We're dedicated to keeping the past alive by any means necessary. I'm not going to read all of the text, but the short excerpts from them. Again, if you want to see the whole thing, link is in the description. But in the blog section, we see our first post from June 18th, 2018, with the title, Hypnagogic Archive is Back. The intro reads, hi everyone, Ellis here, new owner and operator of the Hypnagogic Archive and the Hypnagogic Forums. During the last few months, we've undergone some significant changes in staff. We know the last few months have been hard on the community as a whole, especially considering the allegations that came out over our former vice president. We just want you to know that everything is taken care of, and as of now, the archive is under complete review. We plan on taking things for a whole new direction. Don't worry, the things you've come to know aren't gone. We will be moving to a new post. Aside from that, there will be changes. Please check your inboxes regularly. So we have our first example. This character known as Ellis will come back up a lot in the future. But we also have that mention of allegations at the old staff and specifically the vice president. Also, there is the entire title of the post itself. The Hypnagogic Archive is back. We'll see this more as we get into blog posts and discussions surrounding the website itself. But it seems that part of this ARG is that the Hypnagogic Archive was a website that was destroyed and brought back for some reason. Even when going to the guest book on the main website, you can see users who are happy and nostalgic for the return. And since you're probably getting bored of all this talk of archives and forums, let's go ahead and get into the fun parts of the story, the stories themselves. On the text file section of the website, you'll come across 12 different short stories. At the time of writing, there is a hidden 13th story, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. The first story, Alien Chain Email, gives you a basic idea of what kind of stories we'll come across. The specific subtitle of the story saying the following is a classic chain email sent to numerous college campuses. The email claims to be from who works for a government space agency. He describes an event in which his team made contact with a UFO, and after waiting for 5 days around the UFO, an alien stepped out, grabbed one of its head, presumably stealing some of his knowledge. Before the alien went back to its station, Ray left his chain email so that they can tell as many people as possible that aliens are coming. This seems like a perfectly normal prank email, and it gives us an idea of what kind of information the website is on to. People who have gotten responses from Ellis through the email have said that Ellis specifically requests content to be resolved. Again, keep your teeth. This is all just catalog. First, Google has its next entry, Call and Response, Trial and Error, which comes from a talk.experience group from 1992. In this entry, our writer tells us that they are sharing this story in order to get over their past trauma. That trauma being an experience they had on their way home from soccer practice. It began to rain, and the rain was so intense that it made it hard to see where they were going. Because of this, our writer eventually became lost while navigating the neighborhood. Whenever the rain finally let up, they were able to see around them, however they didn't recognize the location. Not only that, but something seemed odd about the houses themselves. These These houses weren't any I recognized. The porch lights were on with about half of them. A lot of them were completely dark. Some of them were on hills located up the stairs. This was my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, the houses are all located on the ground. The elevations were flat. To add to this confusion, the sidewalk was still very wet and it was reflective, meaning my eyes were bombarded by a light show. Something didn't feel right. The streets kept repeating. So did the houses. Eventually I knew if I walked far enough, I would reach a main street or a landmark or something, so I just kept going. I knew about suburban sprawl or how in lots of suburbs all the houses look the same. About a year ago I visited my grandparents who lived across the state. They live in one of those suburbs where every house is identical and you can only tell them apart by their addresses. This was different though. Like in my neighborhood, all the houses looked different. They all had different attributes and features. Some were bigger than others, they all looked fancy, but some had patios and some didn't. Some had garages and some didn't. One had lawn sculptures. One had a fountain in the yard. It was bubbly, but I didn't see anybody around. It was like the street was being generated randomly by a computer algorithm at the horizon, and that these houses were randomized while I walked past them. Some of them didn't make any sense. There were just possibilities stuff together. Like 3 stories smashed together and an ugly one that nobody would buy. They went on to say that there were no cars on the road, or need to be in their neighborhood. Eventually, they began knocking on doors to ask for help. There was no response. Eventually, the threat of whatever world this is makes itself known. After walking some more, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that somebody was following me. I could hear their footsteps on the concrete. I thought I heard breathing, but I wasn't sure. I could have asked them where I was, but I knew somehow that they were a threat and they weren't here to help me. They got closer. I turned around, saw who it was, and then I started running away as fast as I could until my heart got in my throat and my lungs were going to explode. They were dressed in a dark trench coat, had a hat on, a dark hat. They looked kind of like the men on the neighborhood watch signs. That always freaked me out from a young age. I couldn't see who it was. It was probably a guy. They were moving slowly but walking toward me all the same. I couldn't see their face. Then I remembered something my friend Kate had told me about a while ago. That when she slept, a man with a hat would stand in her room and watch her. Not do anything, or even move really. Just stand and watch her aggressively. Sometimes he was accompanied by other characters. I think she meant she was dreaming all this stuff, but can't be sure. It reminded me of that, and I wondered if I was dreaming this person up. Eventually, after being chased by the Hat Man for several blocks, our character decides to try knocking on another door. When no one responds, and with the Hat Man right behind them, they decide to break a window and hide in the house. It seems that while in the house, our character begins to lose the Hat Man, and eventually falls asleep locked in the bathroom of the house, hoping that eventually the owners will come home. I woke up the next day on the side of the road. Nobody had noticed me there. There were people around, and this street looked normal enough. It was bright, and I was sure I was late for school, but at this point I didn't care. I was dirty and exhausted, and I wanted to go home and sleep some more. I knew my parents would yell at me. I checked the signs, and I knew where I was. I ran home as fast as I could, and I was incredibly happy when I saw my house. It looked the same as it did when I left it, though by now it felt like an eternity. It was also distant in some way. I ran up the walk and stopped when I noticed my parents were sitting on the porch. My dad was holding a beer in one hand and looking out into the distance. My mother was sitting next to him on the wicker chair, similarly expressionless. I went up to talk to him. I waved my hand in front of my father's face, but he didn't say anything. My mom asked to go inside, and he said she could. I went inside with her and saw my little brother and her on TV. He was watching some kind of comedy show. Mom put an arm around him and told him that everything would be okay. She told him that they would do anything. He kept quiet. He was going like a faucet. My dad came inside and put an arm around both of them. And that was when I realized that something was wrong. I put my hand through the furniture. I was dead. I was a ghost in my own house. I couldn't walk up to the second floor. My legs passed right through the stairs. If our house had a basement, I probably would have fallen into it. I shouted at them, tried consoling them, but they were distant and grown. And I sat there and watched. I wasn't safe. It had to be. My family was going through trauma, and all I could do was stand by and watch. It was a terrifying moment that still keeps me up at night. No angel came for me, but the Hat Man did. He saw this grief and came toward the house, hiding his face all the while. I tried shutting the door, but that didn't work. My hand went through. My parents didn't see him, but he saw me and I saw him. We existed in the same plane. My parents and my house were the same. Step by step he came along, and then from under the brim of his headpiece, I saw his eyes, shimmering, flickering things that glinted in the midday light like a hungry cat's eyes. Then the world snapped back and I was playing soccer again. No Hat Man, people could see me. I was fine. I wasn't dead. I was alive, and it was the same day, and there was no rain. After the game, I walked home and thought about what I had been through. I think this is what drug trips are like. Out-of-body experiences must be like this. I got home, and I wasn't late. My parents weren't grieving, and my brother Kevin is as annoying as ever. I feel like this story isn't looking good, because ultimately, I never learned anything. And that's it. That is our story of someone presumably being stalked by the Hat Man. Now, the Hat Man is a common figure in a lot of modern supernatural horror stories. As described in the story, he's most often seen as being a figure who sits in the corner of the room as you begin to fall asleep. Also, for those curious, the name of the website is the Hypnagogic Archives. Hypnagogic refers to the period of time when someone is in between being awake and being asleep. So the Hat Man normally only appears whenever someone's in a hypnagogic state of mind. We'll see a common motif of dreams and these kind of illusionary periods of sleep as we get into more of the stories. I do feel like this elevates the Hat Man with us, because instead of just a figure who kind of stalks around you whenever you fall asleep, in this narrative, he takes you into a sort of maze of his own. But he's not a real human, so he doesn't know exactly how it's supposed to look. It's just kind of the guesses or the general feeling of what humans look like. But it entirely exists on a separate plane or in a dream state of reality. And while I could get into the analysis as it relates to the overall lore of the archives, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to me. The next source, I don't know what it says it came from the Transient Memories discussion board in 2007. The story is essentially a man describing chess games to give them video story. The stripped down version of what happened is we have a camera shot of the camera down to a roadside motel. Inside the motel, and there's a woman sitting on the edge of a bed in a dress. The part that makes this story interesting is the extreme attention to detail, along with the series of memories, such as what she said. While he describes this as a VHS tape, it sounds much more like and I have a theory about this. So for now, when you go to the next and I know what my favorite is, but genetic opportunity is definitely a top 5. The archive says that it was originally posted to the Minneapolis Jobs Board in 1997. The opening message reads, "Applicants wanted. Team of highly qualified grads at UM are looking for an applicant, ideally 20 to 35, stocky, rough build, preferably male, but female will also work given proper conditions, want spontaneity, running through on a first-come, first-served basis. We pay handsomely. Message us on our Usenet board, UN genealogy team, or respond below. Are on the verge of something. Need quick replies and to be easy on hand. Easy to work with. Get back as soon as you can. Space is filling up fast." We then see a response from someone known as Derek. He was 21 years old. He says that he needs someone towards his heart medication. He says he's interested and asks for the team to call him back and list his phone number. That's fine. They agreed to use Derek in the trials that they are posting, and in the following entries we see Derek's description of events, as can be seen in the following message. thanks for everything. The receptionist was nice and your staff was very friendly. Also the upfront payment. Anyway, how you instructed, I'm going to report the effects every day I take the substance. Your technique seemed, well, remarkably advanced. I only took some chem biology in 11th grade, but I've been reading up on this cloning stuff lately and it really interests me. They clone that sheep, there are pictures of her and everything. So we see that Derek is part of a drug trial, and after he takes this substance, he is supposed to report the effects back to this board. Everything is fine on his first entry, and it's in the second entry that we see the sign of something being wrong. I think I should mention something that happened today. Sundays I usually go out and walk around downtown for a while. Not really to buy anything because usually I'm pressed for cash, but there are some nice displays. I got to this one display. I think they had a stereo set in the window, and I was looking at it for about 2 minutes when I noticed my reflection in the glass. It was kind of like my eyes were focused on the setup, and then they snapped back and I saw myself. We get our next clue that something is wrong later in the entry. I've been watching a lot of TV, mostly to pass the time. One thing I'm starting to notice is that I'll lie down, turn the TV on, and it'll be a show I'm interested in watching. Before I know it, the show will be over. It's not as if I forget what happened. It's more like time speeds up and I don't notice. For some reason, this only happens when I'm watching TV. The end credits will be on, and I'll feel like I just watched the theme song. But somehow I remember everything that happened during the episode. If I was just dozing off, I wouldn't know what happened. This has never happened to me before, so I think it's related somehow. Feels like a time warp. The first few times it happened, I was worried, but now I've kind of gotten used to it. I kind of like it. If I don't like the show, I can tune out, and the next thing I know, it's over. Kind of cool. I wish I could use head emptiness, Derek, that time begins to warp and change my perception of reality, and I'm just like, oh, I don't watch TV anymore. To continue Derek's head emptiness, we have a painfully obvious description of what's happening that is still not pretty to it. The next entry begins with him discussing his calls from his girlfriend. I woke up with a lot of messages on my answering machine. A lot of them were from her. As I said, she's very busy, so her voice was upset and she has a positive tone. She asked about me, how I was doing, if I was going anywhere, and why she hadn't heard from me in so long. Anyway, that wasn't the best thing to wake up to. After that, I walked downstairs and I'm sorry.
C'è il porto reale.
And now, the nations of the world, brought to you by Yakko Warner.
朱色に染まった空がつけるのは今やすでにわからない夜の合図と奪われた生活の足跡だけ raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Amen. I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna let myself get absolutely soaking wet. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Every sweat's a man. Tall, blonde, dark, mean, but as tough and strong as me. God bless Mother Nature. She's a single woman too. She took on a heaven, and she did what she had to do. She taught every angel to rearrange the sky, so that each and every woman can find a perfect guy. It's raining men. Go get yourself wet, girl. I know you want to. I feel stormy weather moving, about to begin. Don't you lose your rip off the roof and stay in bed. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Amen. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Amen. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Hallelujah, it's
さらば青い心の少年と黒に染まることすら愛おしい風に立った衝動この声
A pirouette in the dark. I see the stars through me. mamá de la mamá de la... Mami, a mí me gusta tu descendencia entera. ¿Por qué? Porque ella me da la mamá de 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 la mamita que está tan rica, si pega los dientes como abuelita. Mamita que está tan rica, si pega los dientes como abuelita. La mamá de 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 la mamá. Chiquiri bang bang, chiquiri bang bang bang, con la boca ya me lleva pa' tu bang bang. Chiquiri bang bang, chiquiri bang bang bang, con la boca ya me lleva pa' tu bang bang. Dale al teteo y chúpame la tetera, cuando ya lo mueve toda la vaina se me altera. La grasa, el piquete pasado de lo que era, atento pa' cotorra me la llevo pa' metera. De ti me gusta todo, moviendo la chapa mamita todo. El corito contigo a mí me ha gustado, la mujer de mi vida la que yo he mamado. Tú eres la mujer que más mamao, nunca me ha pegado los dientes. De la mamá 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 de la mamá.
Con tiempo.
La mamá de la mamá de la mamá.
Just here to hold your hand when you die and to show you around imaginary places. Put muddy lumps in my bloody stump. Edible have a smile, there's a perfect circle. Die in your sleep with a sky.
Every week is fashion week for me. Every week is fashion week for me.
wet, girl.
I know you want to. I feel so near where the moving about to begin.
No matter what you're going to build, you first need an idea.
From a burning
for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and
those Russians. And never mind the sound. All the phases stayed. He was the mental piece. He was real great.
brand-new book. That's all I had to say. Fine. And then that night, she says, try driving around the Holiday Inn parking lot looking for an AST company card or something similar. Definitely not you. After that, we can talk for a while. Maybe drive for a while. Or just hang out. Something we I don't know why I read it. But such a This helped me. I'm sure we'll have all sorts of friends who will introduce me to. I can't wait to. This was really great working for this company. I'm going to go to sleep now. Sweet dreams. Keep in mind, at this point, she doesn't even know if she works at AST. This all comes to a head immediately the next month. The original had been implied saying that given her messages and interactions with the profile picture on the site. To which 1 minute later, she replied, it's okay, I'll leave my own. It's just, I never thought he would off himself. That was never the goal here. But I asked around and they were all set. They all had this kind of expression that let me know that something really bad had happened. And then, when they said they had woken up and gone to his room, heard no answer, so they called the staff to open the door. And then they find him sprawled out on the floor with his eyes staring toward God, open and inquisitive. The odds are he only saw once. But he did himself away, and even worse, get this, on his computer they found this exact thread on his monitor. Honestly, don't know what to do. It's lonely though. I want out. I want to escape, but it's so hard unless you know somebody who's willing to hear you out and listen. And maybe that's why I did. And maybe it's not. But I guess we'll never know. But the point is this, that I just got back from the conference all the way home. My palms were numb with steering, with sweat and tears, and now I'm curled up in the fetal position here on the couch. Picturing this in my head. Steve, on the floor like a rag doll. And knowing that minutes before she was what I said, I don't know how to do it. But as I said, that's about it. So let's close the case. Ban me all you want. It won't change anything. I love you, Steve. So that was a lot. It took a turn in the last quarter, didn't it? So a couple weird things to know other than
non so se lui può bloccare il punto, ma vedendo la complicatezza del PSP,
that could just be a side note of why the mod
forse è l'unico che si salva.
But they also could just be for some reason, or potentially that she has a history for doing this kind of thing, or has a record behind her, and didn't want to make her identity. And the other weird detail is I don't think Steve actually did that, because while she is insane, the description she gives there does not sound like these guys. Instead, it sounds like they're covering for him. Because think about it, if you were also looking at a hotel or a tech conference that is apparently weekly, and then one of the guys in the hotel just wouldn't be like, oh, we're going to be late for the luncheon. Instead, it sounds like what happened is Steve saw the messages, because like they said, he found him earlier that morning, and he was like, I am not going to that building. Go tell that woman that I'm dead. Because the exact wording is they all had this kind of expression that let you know that something really bad happened. And I think this is just the ASP guy being a drone. Like, if you have a crazy person stalking you, and then your buddies run into them, and they're like, oh, Steve? He killed himself. Today, yeah, like a few hours ago. It's awful. I'm still getting over it myself. So that's my theory for this, that Steve's still alive. I really hope somewhere in another story or what have you that Steve shows back up. Because whenever I do part 2, and hopefully you guys watch part 2, you won't please, we do see characters from some of these stories appearing in other media or have something to do with the greater world that's happening in the Hypnagogic archives. So I really am going to be on the lookout and hope that Steve shows up soon. because I think he's still alive. And potentially, this crazy stalker goes by the name of Great.
On September 6th, Twitter user Super Composite, who's a multimedia artist, musician, and logos, created this thread. I discovered this woman who I call Lo. Nature, the AI produced her more easily than most celebrities. Her presence is persistent, and she haunts every image she touches. Content warning, take a seat. This is a true horror story. In Veers, show. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to look at AI art once again, but we're going to look at what is in fact the darker side, what might be one of the AI's first, if you will, auto-generated creepypastas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when we come to the internet, obviously AI images are kind of like the rage these days. There's a lot of people making them. There's a lot of tools out there that you can use to create AI-generated imagery that can make for some amazing things. Some of them are even won in competitions. And of course, there's a big debate as to if AI art is actually even real art. And I'm not here to talk about the ethics or the debates of it. I'm actually here to talk about one spooky little character that's sort of just emerged in the last few weeks just on AI art programs. Now, Loeb, as you can see the images over here, this character is persisting through a lot of negatively weighted prompts on AI art tools. So to understand, let's start off with what exactly is going on. So to understand, if you use any tool, like for instance Midjourney for instance, you realize that when you're making a prompt, you have to do /stream, enter your keywords, and then what happens is, in order to make Loeb, or things like Loeb, we introduce things known as negative prompt weights. So the way that this works is, when you're typing in a prompt, you can do ::, -1. I believe actually the code is patched out. And once you provide a negative prompt, things truly are meant to provide you the polar opposite of what you're looking for. Now, for instance, if they typed in Brando, ::1, they're trying to get the polar opposite of Marlon Brando, the actor. So, of course, in this case, what really got weird was when Super Composite posted Digita Pintus ::1. When this prompt was inserted, 4 images were generated. These images weren't exactly, the best, if you could imagine. They all had some disfigurement to them. They all had a similar-looking woman, similar facial features, although there are a few things off, faces being mangled, eyes rendered improperly, you get it. But of course, one of them had this image, loaded on it as well, too. The image is of a slightly older woman, and of course, they've got a, the only thing similar to them is, of course, their cheek pattern. It's got, it's highly red over here, a bit triangular. There's a few similarities, but they're all of this slightly older woman that's slightly disfigured in almost each depiction of this negative prompt. Now, Stable Diffusion, first coined from what I understand to be a group known as AI. Stable Diffusion is actually a new state-of-the-art text-to-image sort of model that can be used to create highly realistic images, just from, again, prompts provided. Okay, we've seen this time and time again, but you can see just how high, quality some of this is. So you can create, multiple art styles, and of course, dog in a teacup, various animation styles. There's a lot of data provided to this and a lot of sets to working off of, but of course, the general results can be pretty, good in terms of, the first glance here. Now, Stable Diffusion is actually a new state-of-the-art form of text-to-image AI generation. It's an image diffusion model. And one of the interesting things about this is with a lot of AI art tools, a lot of them power off of the cloud, so things like DALL-E AI and Midjourney. But with this, apparently it's so good, and you can generate so much of this art in seconds. And the best part is you can even run this off of consumer graphic cards. So a lot of the modern GPUs that we have, the NVIDIA RTX cards, I believe some of the AMD cards as well too, and I know the Intel Arc cards as well, also have an amount of artificial intelligence cores on top of them. Tensor cores, whatever that is, name is for those specific brands. But these cores might actually work with this kind of AI model just on consumer GPUs. So no longer are you required to run this off of the cloud. You can theoretically just run this off of your actual GPU locally if you run a set. And of course, these guys are working on tons of different projects, but this is generally where this new breed of artificial intelligence art comes from. Now, of course, it's in even these models that it seems as though that this lobe sticks through. And of course, you can identify it as the older-looking woman with the rosy, triangular cheeks. And of course, if this doesn't keep you awake at night, well, you might have some problems. No matter what, when it comes to lobe, you can see that lobe actually does transcend through numerous prompts. So again, it's a negative weighted prompt, but if you can see, the negative weight always leads to this one character showing up. The same older looking woman, the same rosy cheeks, triangular, but of course, depending on what prompt you're providing, there are different variations to it. Some of these variations can get so dark that they borderline on snuff pornography, depending on what model you use. This, for instance, is like some mind freak form. So according to Super Composite, this is Technicolor, HDR, high dynamic range, vivid, stunning color palette, obviously, no dull, a previous output again of Lobe Angel Mind Freak larval form. So again, there's multiple different versions of it. Now, if you take the word lobe and just throw that into any AI image generator tool, it's not going to give you lobe. For instance, just some street image, watery if you will. Throwing it into Night Cafe provided me this image. It looks kind of ethereal, almost looks like a great little wallpaper, if you will. But that's not lobe. There's no elements of that face anywhere at all in this. And of course, in Crayon, which was formerly DALL-E 2, Lobe gave me these people performing in a concert, okay? So again, the faces are a little bit disfigured, but that's something to be expected from DALL-E anyways. The faces never came out that well on this artificial intelligence anyways. According to Super Composite, there were some elements of crossbreeding images of Lobe with other images of Lobe, and you can even see some beautiful actual imagery. So again, with the power of negative prompt, you can start to see Lobe represented, even if it's not directly in the face, you can see elements of that negative prompt replicated within other AI art forms. So clearly there's like this darker part of the artificial intelligence, or how it's perceived the data set, and how it's actually perceived these negative traits. And it all sort of bleeds into this one character that is constantly referenced. That's where the persistence seems to be coming from, as far as I've been able to understand and research into this. You can see even in images where Lobe shouldn't be seen, you can see that same person, alright, same triangular rough cheeks, and of course that same older character. This is the trait, the negative trait. This is what's optimized in this specific situation. Now, at this point, people understood that generally for Lobe to exist, these prompts have to be reaching into some latent space. And that latent space, when it's specifically tapped into, can get into images that look absolutely horrific, like this one. And then, of course, there's images where downlight looks absolutely just creepy. Like, the way that the skin here is presented, this is not just the older person, but you can see that if you look at it real quick. Again, it's like one of those images where you squint your eye, and like all those images tend to look the same, because their general like pattern just sort of gets together. Maybe to me, it's because that it's a human face, and it's just a human, like, older woman. I'm just constantly seeing it through these images. There's definitely that element of a bias from somebody like me looking into it. But of course, it's hard to deny that that lobeness, I guess, whatever the verbiage is in this case, doesn't actually seem to persist through all of these negatively reinforced prompts. I think these ones are the better ones right over here too. Like, for instance, in different styles, you can see lobeness in between these two images as well too. Whether it be this like older looking like alien type character, or this like girl character too. You can literally just start to see like some element persisting, some like real negative, darker aspect of artificial intelligence is persisting and bleeding through, no matter what prompt you make, as long as it's weighted. And of course, the interesting image out of this latent space came out to be one of the first creepypasta characters. Obviously, before AI, we had Jeff the Killer, the Rake, Funny Mouth, and now we end up having Lobe here. This is Lobe in general. This actually looks like a poster to like some 2004 horror movie. But yeah, this is the first internet cryptid, so to speak. Now, of course, Lobe wasn't just found out a few weeks ago. Obviously, Super Composite worked with this a lot before too. And of course, this was first sort of dug into somewhere, I would say, around March or April, if you will, too. That's where Lobe was first uncovered. But of course, Lobe has persisted and become this popular character on social media. Whether you go on TikTok, YouTube, wherever, Lobe persists. And it's quite possibly one of AI imagery's first actual creepypasta. Some of the imagery, however, gets into some real darker territory. There's one thing to understand when looking into this latent space, this Lobe space, is a lot of the images seem to come across regarding women and children. And in some cases, I didn't really see this before in terms of artificial intelligence because a lot of AI sources are really good at filtering out sort of like 18 plus prompts when it comes to like images. But one of them that really struck with me was a lot of the core images as well too. When you're looking into this latent space, Supercomposite built a lot of images or prompted a lot of images that came across like dead children and like, you know, dead women in the most disfigured ways possible. Just one image, for instance, absolutely sticks with me too. It's images of children and love, and of course their faces are so horribly disfigured that no matter what you see, you'll always notice a lobe in these images too. But again, these traits, and when you're introducing negative prompt weights, of course, you're going so far away from something, but again, when you go far away from that prompt that you're making, it eventually leads you to this one place where everything bleeds into this darker character. In some cases, these images I have to block, but there's so many where, like, you see body parts missing, blood everywhere. There's an image of, like, just a severed head belonging to, I don't even know if this is an adult or a human or a child or something. It's an absolutely decrepit, scary shit. So, in this case, when I'm looking at Lobe, a lot of these images that are coming out are from Midjourney AI, some of them at least. And the real answer to it, when we ask the question, why is this happening? Well, the reality is we really don't have an actual proper explanation as to why the artificial intelligence is looking and creating lobes when given negative weight prompts. It really is something that has sort of sparked up and got a lot of popularity in the last few days, specifically with how much it's spreading on social media. But of course, the explanation beyond how an artificial intelligence works in this case, well, it really depends on what's going on with the code, what's going on with it, how it's learning, what it's doing from the data set. Because when it's constantly given prompts, things are changing all the time. And how Lobe exists and how it permeates is how the AI understands negative weights to be. What does it consider negative traits? What is the polar opposite of a lot of these prompts? This started off from what appeared to be just prompting Marlon Brando and the polar opposite of that. And when we started to really dig deep, we ended up getting lobes covering every possible capacity. Now in this case, it seems with the amount of constant prompts and the constant negative like weight prompts that have been provided in this case, it seems like the ability to craft lobes, if you will, these creepy characters that persist through all prompts, negatively weighted, seems to be something that the AI is picking up on, and it's becoming relatively easier. These images are becoming even more macabre as time goes on. It's interesting that with these negative prompts, the artificial intelligence is spitting out like full-on gore and whatnot. It's not something that I've personally played around with before. I've never used Midjourney AI or any other tool to generate snuff pornography or generally any form of pornography. But to see that it's creating these like really decrepit images is something that I'm not going to say is concerning, because at the end of the day, it's just how these artificial intelligences work. But it's rather interesting as to why it's going down this path, why it's generating it. Is it the data set? Is it the constant human interaction? Are we doing it, or is it the data set that's being provided and the various art forms that it's piecing together to create these sort of images? Artificial intelligence is really interesting. Because of art, everyone's sort of been talking about it. And it's time, hopefully, that we'll learn about these images too. So yeah, honestly, big ups to Supercomposite for even generating what is in fact the first artificial intelligence creepypasta out there. It's truly good shit. Actually, it's one of the coolest things that I've seen in the longest time. You know, a lot of us can say that AI isn't art, but in some cases, creating things like this isn't of its own way pretty artistic as well. There's not just code, there's even an entire story, and the best part about it is the story is actually real, alright? This actually is happening in real time as I'm doing this video.
Però vedresti tutta la scheda dovresti espandersi. Però devi fare una cosa che mi serve per ripetere a fine studio, non è che io continuo a studiare sempre continuo a studiare.
Hello, everybody. For that reason, the show was watched by a primarily preteen and child audience. In an episode that aired in May of 2006, the characters
Da quelli l'hanno visto io in inglese, poi ne avevo visto un'altra mi sembra, mentre tu eri spostato. Qui cosa c'è? C'è proprio un po' di stagno dappertutto, diciamo. Vedi le palline come vanno quando sono al lavoro per è probabile che vanno in mezzo? In questo caso qua tu fai fatica a trovarle.
The following day,
quando non fai lavoro, in questi casi qua tu non vedresti scaldare con fai fatica. Ecco che non cambia il fatto eccessiva, si cerca di gestire girare
However, other than a few kids who it turned out were just having an outflow, none of the children had any disease present in their body. Not only that, but the symptoms were only shown to be in middle school and high school students, meaning that this illness and its physical symptoms are believed to be entirely a case of mass hysteria across several kids in Portugal who just so happen to be the dancing plague of 1518 is probably the most famous case of mass hysteria and was generally reported. In July of 1518, in Strasbourg, a woman known in history as Frau Trophea began silently dancing in the middle of the town. Over the course of a week, she continued to silently dance in the middle of the town, and about 3 dozen people slowly joined her. Bystanders who saw the scene said that the people were not enjoying themselves, and as a matter of fact, were stressed and unable to stop shooting. Doctors who showed up at the time, because understandably said that perhaps they just had really hot blood, because that was a thing that was really and the best solution was to just dance even faster to get it out of their system. So to encourage more intense dancing, the town had a stage built and brought in musicians to play music, which made the problem a lot worse. With it becoming such a spectacle and now there being a performance at the same time, people began to join in on the dancing and were able to stop. This went on for 4 months, counting up a total of 400 victims, with several of these people breaking their bones, collapsing, and exhaustion. Finally, in September, several of the people who were still dancing up at the top of the mountain were turned over and assumedly stopped. People at the time would say practice cursed people to dance, and some to even dance until they were dead. The historical guesses of the case are much better, as the two leading theories are perhaps it was a cult who secretly did this entire thing and danced until they were dead just to prove a point, or possibly a moldy bread that caused people to lose, even though those exact symptoms have never been seen anywhere else in history. With no really good explanation of this case, many chalk it up to mass hysteria. The Hammersmith ghost refers to several sightings of the supposed ghosts that were reported by bystanders in Hammersmith, London. According to those that believe in the Hammersmith ghost, they said that someone had died in London the year before in 1802 and was not given a proper burial. Because of it, his ghost was attacking the people of the town. The official story was that it was a tall man wearing all white. However, there were several stories of the man having horns, or glowing red eyes, or wearing these long, flowing white robes. Some of the earliest sightings were that of 2 women who, on separate occasions, said they ran through the woods and were so freaked out in the days following that they died of shock. Other people who said they were just walking around Hammersmith said the ghost would run at them from alleys and begin screaming and shouting, and everyone was afraid that the ghost was going to eventually start killing people. Because of this, several night patrols began to form these small mob groups throughout Hammersmith, and at night would patrol the streets trying to catch the ghost. This culminated when Francis Smith was patrolling the streets with a shotgun and saw a bricklayer walking towards him in his all-white uniform. Francis, believing this to be the ghost, quickly said something to the effect of, "What are you?" before he fired and killed the bricklayer. In the court trial that followed, the wife said that she had told her husband that he needs to cover up his all-white uniform or else one of the mobs will think he's the ghost. Quick side note about that court trial, by the way, reshaped a lot of UK law and wasn't really settled until a 1984 Court of Appeal. Keep in mind, all this happened in 1804. Fun story. During this trial, one man came forward saying that he was the Hammersmith ghost, but he had only ever dressed in a white bedsheet to scare somebody one time and never did it again, implying that perhaps while there was a ghost in the first place, the rest was just complete hysteria that ate up the town and made everyone go crazy. And after this court trial, there were no further sightings of the Hammersmith ghost. Junebug epidemic first encased in a textile factory. One day after this event, workers got a ship from out of the country. They opened it, a Junebug flew out. Later that day, a few workers complained of feeling nausea and dizziness, as well as vomiting, and one of them identified it as a bug bite on the arm. Connecting it to the aforementioned Junebug, several said that perhaps the Junebug had bit them and transferred some overseas sickness. In the next couple days, 62 people reported the exact same symptoms in the factory of vomiting, nausea, and dizziness, and some even at the hospital. After going through thorough medical checkups, only a few of them had any bug bites on their body, and none of them had any notable diseases in their system. The official story said patients that was bit by a bug and being worried about the Junebug became ill from work, which after that, the person who became sick was simply sick on their own accord. Meaning the Junebug epidemic was a fancy illness falsely blamed on the season. The 1983 West Bank fainting epidemic occurred on March the 21st of 1983. At a girls' school on the West Bank, 6 girls began coughing and feeling ill, saying that they smelled the odor. After this, other girls in the school also began coughing and saying that they could smell the odor as well. Several female soldiers came to escort these girls to a nearby hospital for checkup, and during the escort, the soldiers reported similar symptoms as well. In all, on the first day, 32 people reported feeling sick with some even fainting. Because of the intense political climate at the time, many of the nearby news sources began saying that this was a gas attack meant to kill or possibly sterilize the women of the school. Over the next few days, throughout the West Bank, Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem, people began reporting feeling sick and being poisoned by the poison that was mentioned on the news, with some developing fits of vomiting, rashes, and passing out across all 3 cities. At this point, it began affecting both sides of the Israeli-Palestine conflict, so much so that they were declaring open war over it, accusing the other of gassing their citizens. In all, hospitalized, and the United Nations stepped in to determine what the cause was. It was determined that perhaps on the first day of all the issue, perhaps there was a gas leak in the walls that caused the girls to become dizzy. However, after this, despite 923 hospitalizations, there was no evidence of any gas or true vector of sickness in any institute. And the official story is that people were so worried by the events that took place at the school that psychosomatic illness set in, and their body began developing symptoms that they thought they might have lied. The miracle of the sun occurred on October the 1st, 1917, when 3 local shepherd children set out on a miracle in Portugal. According to these 3 children, they had spoken with Mother Mary, and she told them to round people up because she was going to make them power known before humanity. This went on for several weeks and became such a popular story in the region that it's confirmed historically that somewhere between 30 to 40,000 people showed up, with accounts at the time saying it was more than 100,000. According to all of the witnesses that were there that day, the sun began hurling itself down to earth before it stopped, zigzagged back up into place, and began shooting out colors of green, purple, blue, and other fiery apparitions. Many saw this as a legitimate miracle, and as a matter of fact, Pope Pius VII sent cardinals to check out the stories of the team of Portugal and declared it a miracle by the
Have you ever felt power? And if so, when was the last time you felt it?
I also have to mention that one of the leading scientific theories is that everyone was standing in the sun at the same time, and didn't know
là, ovviamente non devi vederlo, e devi andare direttamente qui, tranne se non posso vederlo. Ma non mi sto così. Io non vedo verticali, non vedo.
Io il dubbio che ho toccato un rotto, c'erano qui in genere, c'era i saldi non li tocco mai, perché c'era almeno una volta di giudizio nel fatto. Quindi il fatto di toccare anzitutto quando fai il fuoco, tu lo tocchi.
Sì, no, infatti io quando mi consiglio la vista difficilmente li tocco, no, su questo.
Mischiando con il sangue diventa una bomba.
Sì, no, ma piano piano, e poi quando per l'altro ieri ci hai messo tu?
Andare a pescare. Io uso sempre l'aria in fondo con il sangue. L'altra volta stava vabbè. Dobbiamo andare a usare.
Sì, piano piano.
Sempre che il sangue c'è un bel monte, ma solo la pasta formaggio, cioè la pasta con il pulsante che diventa una bomba liquida.
Sì, è top, no, piano piano, un po' di pasta, bellissimo. Qui, con il qui. Camarrali di stalli. No, vedo anche questo non dovrebbe fare. Però, aspetta le paure.
Buonasera signor Antonio. Ciao.
Grazie, Fabio.
Dopo ti posso
Pensate.
fare dei sistemi. Vado un po'. Eh sì, così, se stare così, forza. Slide. Sì. Vai a toccare ovviamente tutto quello lì sulla scheda, se ce la fai, e dall'altra parte giusto. Diciamo da toccare questo tutto, questo rosso, e basta, poi metti dall'altro lato posti qua, dove c'è il cerchio, così riesci a fare presa, cioè bilanci peso, diciamo. E schiacciato, sì, io schiaccio qua, schiaccio là, basta il giusto tronco lì. Ci sei? No, no, aspetta.
sola, se bippa vedo se è massa va bene, se non è massa facciamolo. È una cosa giusto una bellissima, bravissima, no, hai fatto tutto, solo ogni componente che si va fuori bisogna fare una cosa del genere. Però ovviamente. Allora, da dove parti? Dall'angolo dove c'è il fungino. Ok. Allora, se... intanto vado a sinistra, giusto? Vado a destra e poi scendo giù a sinistra. Perfetto, allora la prima fila è niente. Quale? È massa che non fa. Sì, è massa, sì. Secondo te sono 4, lo suono. Grazie. Prego. Sono 4 attaccati. Sì. La terza ce ne sono 4 di fila. Il primo? Sì, il primo sono 3 e 4. Poi abbiamo niente, poi abbiamo l'altro che suona, 2 niente, 42 le suona. Poi abbiamo niente, massa. Poi abbiamo niente, poi abbiamo niente, massa, niente. Niente, massa, niente. Poi abbiamo niente, massa, niente. No, niente, massa. Ah, niente. Poi abbiamo niente, massa, fatto massa di fila. Poi abbiamo niente. Poi, niente, solo la massa. Ok, però niente, 5 masse e 2 niente. Perfetto, poi l'ultima niente. No, non riesci. Vabbè, i condensatori erano attaccati, quindi lo stesso avremmo avuto un problema. Sì, quasi, così.
Dove sto lavorando da me?
Ah, ce l'hai play là? Sì. Hai FIFA? Io l'ho visto.
No, si deve giocare.
Un gioco che io spaccherei, non posso venire in maniera spaccherei. Quale gioco? No, le palle.
Se dici così è che...
Le palle ti spiego da prendere.
È un gioco a ritmo. Io ascolto tanta musica, io gioco, puoi scaricare la musica che vuoi in giro, puoi giocare, e un altro tipo di disciplina.
E c'è molto piacere. Quindi che dici? C'è la PC, c'è sicuro? Per essere sicuro va bene, bisogna fare la stessa cosa alla PC. PC sicuramente nella linea...
Ursus, stavo parlando di Ursus. Che sesso, meglio di lei.
Allora, adesso lo continuiamo domani, tutto qua, oppure sono 5 e mezzo, rido una tastiera, lo facciamo vediamo questo,
Vediamo i soliti scammer.
Vuoi investire nel tuo futuro? Con le azioni Amazon ti bastano 250 euro per ottenere un guadagno extra. Se non vuoi essere più disturbato.
Te l'ho detto.
Se colto altro che non era lui, della ricorda adesso. Se c'è colto altro che non è lui.
potrebbero essere uguali, come potrebbero non essere uguali. Cos'è? Poi l'ho detto sul fatto, sì. Vediamo l'ho presa.
Mi prendi in giro però.
No, è sempre questo, però questo facciamo. E comunque guarda, è lì stesso. Visto c'è fatta così a memoria e tutto il resto. Una cosa a memoria che devi, magari lo facciamo, devi, si saltano le memorie internamente non esiguate ma fatte le partizioni, si deve comunque togliere, formatarle e risaldarle. Ogni programmi. Magari penso, domani magari facciamo queste cose qua, e abbiamo quello della ricarica che abbiamo studiato, quindi voglio vedere se lo metto in pratica, e abbiamo il PSD volendo, abbiamo quello della camera, del display, abbiamo tanti problemi, però poi facciamo anche quella...
Sì, ora no, ce l'ho perché mi scordo sempre di scena.
Ecco l'elettrico da fatto. Ma tu stai facendo qualcosa?
Ovvio.
Per giocare?
Tonio, ho giocato per tipo 10 minuti.
Ma è stato per giocare, non so cosa. Ok. XR che abbiamo messo la spoccanoi da parte e così via. Mi metti questa scheda lì dentro? Perché non so mai luce, cosa devo fare? Per escludere tutti i componenti, solo la scheda mi serve che metti lì dentro. E proviamo per vedere se parte. Ok?
Quindi già diciamo, faccio il chip, c'è un disco, c'è una non la dice. Mi danno una mano regolare perché si cassa meglio nello senso.
Questa è una cosa, l'ho spaccato, mi sono così in Italia. Potrebbe essere un connettore che effettivamente fa dopo. Però mi sembra strano. C'è la mia batteria? No. Quindi dovrebbe essere la batteria anche niente. La batteria è tutto che succede, vediamo se succede. Così anche io sto lavorando perché sotto l'aria sto utilizzando con questo significato di funzione, vediamo che quando ritornano e tu non hai fatto niente. No, su questi lì no, perché lì è solamente fatto loro che come papà è arrivato che non si accendeva, era molto serena, hanno montato un negozio e le volte tu guardi, io non fai niente, vai a loro che loro possono fare qualcosa, quindi l'ho risuscitato tutto e funziona tutto. Il problema è che secondo me è riuscito? Sì. Ok. Sarà in corto? Probabile. Se la pista non è in corto e lì c'è il nuovo, come fa a essere corto? È impossibile. Per le parti di oggi è impossibile. Adesso concludiamo la mini e vediamo che succede. Perché se tu guardi dalla parte opposta c'è un sacco di stati dappertutto nei conduttori dappertutto. E non sono andato poi volevo voi che ha fatto già un danno. Cioè io ho messo un po' che può essere andato a fianco un condensatore, ma no, non ha parte l'altro. Questo io non so quello che hanno combinato. No, per dire io sto analizzando quello che ho fatto. No, ma non è no, e se gira dall'altra parte vedrai che c'è un casino. Io faccio guardare quello qua. Guardare la condizione manuale, 150 euro. Quello lo faccio solo a familiari. No, assolutamente, infatti non ho molto, ho 4-5, perché non mi interessa
Lavori agli amici,
cioè, per me è una solo.
passata anche se io ricercavo, no? Facevo le storie, ogni tanto ci faccio anche io perché un materiale di serie mi chiamava, non capivo che c'è.
State via? Quello non è.
Non c'era detto adesso
Telefono arrivato invece?
solo per la sua scoperta. Però poi non sai se... Vabbè, faccio come fa.
Però adesso non è più corto, lavoro non è a posto. Hai visto davanti come hanno fatto come cosa è successo? Non è successo. Ma sotto non c'era qui il pezzo per tenere fermo tutto? Caspita, ecco perché non va. Vedi adesso va a 2 ampere e 3. Guarda vedere i connettori come sono messi.
Ma no, e come hanno fatto? Scusa, ci hanno già lavorato vicino.
Hai visto?
Sì.
È tutto massacrato. E questo non funziona perché qui hanno fatto un casino.
Ma è proprio
Solo la batteria nello stesso identico modo del X,
non ne faccio niente per questo.
Yes.
E devi fare questa cosa quindi. Ma hanno dato pure quell'otto.
Vale? Sì, ma dici che non... assorbe 2 ampere adesso, ok? 2 ampere a 3. E lo sta caricando. 5% sta caricando. Ok? Questi qua quando sta per cosa, mi arrivano così il telefono. Dove non ci sono le protezioni qua, quindi viene specciato, non c'è niente. Non succede più di nuovo, se volete sapere come guarda, da zero. Non carica più. Vedete, da 440 mAh. Ok? E quindi lui dice che non carica, non va. Se volete specciare qua,
4 volt 3 ampere?
4 volte 3 ampere, sì. serve per l'autorizzazione del computer. Una volta che autorizzi, sono poi se devi anche codici per farlo comunicare col computer.
Quindi che cosa non so dire?
A me mi serve per provare a vedere senza dischetti.
Ah, il panico uso?
Quello che abbiamo visto era quello legato da CPU, wifi,
è sempre quello del
CPU, quello lì era il CPU, wifi e c'è audio. Giusto?
Va bene, tolgo subito
il codice. Andavo tutta la scocca. Verificare se erano quelle periferiche. Era una scocca per escludere tutte le periferiche. Fa lo stesso identico difetto. Quindi vuol dire o il CPU o wifi per escludere lì o il audio. Però voglio provare, siccome dove c'è il display, quella parte che gestisce la CPU, il display lo gestisce anche ovviamente la parte grafica della CPU, voglio provare a farlo senza display. Vorrei farlo senza display al computer, vedere se si spegne,
bisogna che
la comunicato
già
all'interno del computer. Qui secondo me è la batteria, non c'è niente. Questa è una batteria, quindi una batteria dell'11. Ma è solo che cazzo devo vedere anche sotto la lampada.
Ma io proprio qua alle 11 non so nemmeno iniziare la voce, cioè come che ragazzi?
Allora, devo provare l'11 Pro.
Tutte le vostre scolare con l'altro e l'altro, diversi.
L'11 Pro, devo provare, hanno l'11 normale, no, l'11 Pro, l'11 Pro Max, hanno due
E quello che hanno messo in corto, c'è quello la versione con stamattina, i colleghi dove hanno messo in corto.
No. Abbiamo il connettore della batteria, dove collegarsi la batteria, abbiamo un altro connettore della batteria per la batteria divisa in due, dove va a comunicare con il crystal, perché il crystal, a differenza degli altri schede, è nel connettore di carica. Quindi l'hanno messo qua, non so per quale motivo l'hanno messo qua, però da una parte può essere buona, da una parte non cambia sul connettore, però dall'altra parte ci vediamo l'intervento buono. Quindi se non si collega questa parte qui, lui non comunica con il crystal, la scheda madre, non rileva i pensieri del connettore. Ok?
Fare l'adattamento.
Fare l'adattamento, la batteria, bravissimo, fa la monte. Quindi se io adesso non ho una scheda, una batteria dell'11 Pro Max da testare, l'11 Pro non la posso collegare, cioè la posso collegare solamente qua. Ma non mi arriva di qua. Quindi non riesco a verificare se effettivamente la batteria ha dei problemi. Sicuramente non è una batteria nostra questa qui. Sicuramente. Perché noi abbiamo un connettore e display. Questi fanno che sono andato a fino alla batteria, pensando alla batteria, poi con la batteria non ho dato qua, poi la batteria l'hanno lasciata. Mettiamo quella là. Il problema adesso subentra dal fatto che io devo avere una batteria dell'11 Pro. Una batteria dell'11 Pro Max, qui è spento, vedi, non carica, anche qui lo accendo, non carica ancora. Quindi non carica.
E fatto magari i quelli del microfono, come se li partisse il
Quello del microfono. E lui parte da ricarica. 0,90. Batteria o un connettore
Andiamo 50 tutti i componenti.
perché è impossibile invece il batterio CD non è stato bloccato niente, noi abbiamo preso solo il connettore, quindi tutta questa prima parte è stata cambiata, questo non ci dà errore, non ci dà,
Poi andiamo a display,
non esiste, non c'è errore su questo, quindi errore su questo.
ah, il dotto c'è.
Dotti, però noi dotti non abbiamo fatto l'olio, considerando che è arrivato
Poi c'è anche lì, vediamo oggi è un giorno a me, vediamo Viviamo 3 giorni, se non sappiamo
aspetta, ma Aline, scusami. Quindi, cos'è che sta facendo te?
non so cosa dire. Tu devi andare a fare qualcosa. No, non si è neanche staccato. Ma solo che prendo per i minuti e 30.
Non si sta staccando. Non ha detto dove verrà. Con questo display.
Attenzione a questo display.
Invece fammi per 5 minuti, perché siamo sicuri.
Non mi ricordo.
Otto e mezzo? Va bene? Ok. Non sto niente in casa, devo guardare oggi. Ciao. Allora, aspetta Aline, aspetta fammi capire perché sennò non facciamo niente. Allora,
Però si spegne.
ok, si spegne quando? Dopo 3 minuti.
Questo è quello che circa.
Ok. L'hai trovato senza schermo?
Non si può trovare te. Vedo di quelle ricordi.
Hai trovato il codice? E lui l'ha attivato. Questo allora, questo è a posto? È bravo, eh? Allora. Allora.
C'è come giocare con lo spazio, ma
Sicuro, sì, sicuro. E Aline, nel cavo dell'X c'è tu?
Dipende, se non ho da fare niente. No. Non ci penso sempre. Se non lo dici, se ne fai più conto che no. Sì, me ne fatti. Che volete prendere di solito? Buono, mega buono. Buono o mega, super mega buono? Un buon 10. 10 o più o meno? Guarda, non è super mega buono. Cioè, io devo va bene, quindi se le 3 volte ce la fai. Questa è la 4.
Vediamo se lui si spegne.
Sì.
Perché il mio telefono quando tipo gioco, faccio qualsiasi cosa, così continua a spegnere da solo?
Tipo?
Tipo guarda, tipo lo accendo per un po', poi vado qua a caso.
Mhm.
Te? Non subito, dopo un po', però riesco a giocare un po'.
Non hai visto che si spegne?
Guarda.
Ma si spegne tipo così?
No, sì, e poi alcune volte si spegne così e poi tipo esce la mela, tipo. E poi devo accenderlo con questo così, tipo
Fammi
come
vedere,
si...
fammi vedere il
Un
telefono.
attimo, un attimo, ti faccio vedere che si spegne, ti faccio vedere che si spegne, Ali.
Non toccare niente, Luca.
È praticamente qua un po' di cose.
Luca, basta fare come una scimmia.
Ciao. No, ma sei te!
No, è qualcun altro qua.
Come fai?
Secondo te? Luca, mi raccomando, non toccare niente.
No.
E non dire questo, non fare questi versi. Perché dai fastidio.
Aspetta.
Ci chiama Minecraft?
Io ho da fare, Luca.
Come?
Io devo lavorare.
Non è vero.
Faccio vedere appena si spegne. Devo seguire questa tizia. Magari lei anche gioca da computer.
Non la fai sapere.
No, o da tablet o da computer.
Non la fai sapere.
So.
Mamma mia.
No? Guarda come si
Ma cos'è?
sto montando.
Ma è cortissimo, Sofì! Cavo più piccolo del mondo! Cavo più piccolo del mondo! Ma che cavolo! Ma perché è così piccolo?
Perché non serve essere lungo per certe cose.
Vedi? Si spegne.
Come si spegne? No, non si spegne. Aspetta. Adesso si è spento. Sai perché si spegne, Sofia?
Perché?
Perché il telefono, sai cosa usa per funzionare?
Cosa?
Corrente.
E perché si spegne?
Cosa usa?
Sì, la corrente elettrica.
E quindi?
E quindi...
Ma perché hai tagliato il cavo?
Ok, basta gridare. Non mi piace quando gridi. E quindi, Sofia, stai attenta perché sennò non capisci.
E la corrente, quindi?
Per questo lo devi caricare, perché quando lo usi troppo finisce tutta la corrente e quindi devi ricaricarlo. Però a volte, quando giochi ai giochi,
A 14?
vedi, al 4% devi caricarlo, vedi, che stai dicendo? Devi caricarlo, hai visto?
Ma perché questo
Luca,
cavo?
non toccare quelle cose, cioè non toccare niente.
Posso caricarlo con questo?
No,
Perché non?
perché
C'è
non
un
è
foglio.
proprio giusto.
C'è un foglio.
Vai dall'altra parte e chiedi
Hai
un foglio.
ragione.
Loro ce l'hanno.
Però non guarda chi sa questo attacco, scusa.
No.
Posso caricarlo qui?
Se puoi caricarlo? Ah, questo.
Ok.
Sono...
Però io se...
Luca, non toccare niente, ho detto.
Ok.
Quando dico niente è niente. Lasciamo qua.
Allora, ho 7.
Hai 7? Ne prendi una bottiglia d'acqua? Sì. Vediamo.
Non prendete un foglio?
Luca, ti ho detto, devi chiedere te il foglio, non devo andare a prendertelo. Cosa si dice?
Andiamo a prendere una bottiglia d'acqua.
Aspetta, sai
perché? Che stai facendo, Luca?
Niente.
E tu non toccare niente. Luca, ti ho detto non toccare niente.
No. Perché no?
Se la apri.
Vai. E 7?
Al 7% il mio telefono.
Sai quanto costa quest'acqua?
No, aspetta, non dimmelo. Come si chiama la mia maestra?
Non posso dirtelo.
Perché?
Perché sennò il segreto se ne va.
Quale
Perché
segreto?
le cose?
Luca,
Dai,
tu non devi
ma tu
giocare
hai
niente.
detto che il giorno prossimo non devi dirmi.
Beh, sono già passati 2 giorni, quindi non voglio più.
Dai. Un'altra cosa. Un'altra cosa. Un'altra cosa?
Cosa hai fatto qua?
Un'altra cosa?
Ti sei fatta male?
Qua?
Sì.
Perché l'ho fatto male perché la dovevo tenere se no scappava. Ali, dai, posso farti un'altra domanda?
No.
Dai, un'altra.
No, perché sono stanco e quando sono stanco non dico le risposte giuste sopra.
La provo.
Non posso provare.
Dai.
Quale maestro però?
Prova, matematica, informatica.
Non posso, mi sento male, non posso rispondere. Luca, non toccare niente. Lascialo qua.
Ecco dove...
Non puoi giocare con queste cose, eh?
Sì, invece.
No, giocare. Manco.
Non si gioca con le cose, con gli strumenti di lavoro.
Ali.
Di.
Ali. Dove lo metto? Addosso medico, dove lo posso mettere? Non posso.
Se dovrebbe mettere. No, lo puoi mettere qua.
Hai ragione anche tu. No, però poi in shampoo arriva così. Poco.
Mamma mia, hai ragione.
Quindi.
Ciao.
Luca, non toccarlo.
Dove lo posso mettere Ali?
Luca ha detto non toccarlo.
Dove lo posso mettere?
È troppo grande. Questo è il problema perché tu sei troppo piccola.
E che c'entra che è troppo grande?
Beh, se sei troppo grande e tu sei troppo piccola, no, non va bene.
Perché?
Perché è troppo grande e tu sei troppo piccola.
E quindi?
E quindi lui è troppo grande e tu sei troppo piccola.
E quindi?
Beh, non c'è un altro quindi.
Dai, dove lo posso mettere?
Puoi mettere, sai dove?
Tu.
Stringi.
Ma no. Ma no, dove? Un altro posto dove?
Boh.
Dove? Dove? Non so dove.
Non conosci la bici. Cosa devi fare con la bici?
Devo guidarlo.
Non si può guidare con la bici.
Perché?
Perché in questo posto non si guidano le bici.
Infatti vado fuori.
Hai chiesto se puoi andare fuori?
No.
Allora.
Ma fuori vado sempre, quindi posso.
Che non devi fare il compito, non devi fare niente, Luca. Dove chiedi a tua madre?
Chiedi a tua mamma e mia mamma. Che ti devo dire? Chiedi a mia mamma.
Ti aiuto a giocare un posto dove mettere. Ti giocare un posto dove mettere.
Arriva John Cena! No, non so toccare.
Ce n'è ancora uno. Giochi solo, Luca.
L'ultimo è.
Bello capito.
Giochiamo?
No. Dai,
Adesso.
Ah, lì si fa così.
Oh.
Alzati in posto, se no non riesco a fare questa roba. Alzati, dai.
Non posso.
Perché?
Dai che sei pesante.
C'entra, io sono pesante. No, dai, stai su. Guarda. Girati in là, ok? Dai, ok, così ero io. Girati in là.
Guarda che scorreggio. Sì, è scorreggiato per caso.
Bravo.
È scorreggiato?
Dai, su, che devo.
Sì, è scorreggiato.
Dai, dai. Dai, 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 dai.
No, devo andare in bagno, Sofì.
Come?
Adesso.
Come?
Adesso.
Tu non vai in bagno.
Sofia, tu hai rischiato.
Sei tutta rossa.
Tu non vai in bagno.
Ma scusa, devo andare in bagno.
Perché?
Che non voglio.
Ma fa un pro. Dai. Mettilo qua sopra. Ma puoi fare le trazioni?
No, Luca, non puoi farlo su questo perché si rompe.
Anch'io.
Neanche tu non puoi farlo perché si rompe.
Devo andare in bagno a cagare.
Mamma, mi sto cagando in testa.
Devo andare in bagno a cagare.
In questo bagno, Luca. In questo. Bagno in alto.
No,
non puoi cagare.
No, tu non.
Hai un bel in bagno. Siediti un attimo. Giù. Quella era mamma. Quello era io, quello era papà. La foto, guarda, là.
Mamma mia, come eri piccola.
Secondo te quali sono? Tu lo sai? Sono quella tipo con la maglietta blu o quella con la maglietta tipo tua?
Tipo con la maglietta nera.
A pua? Quella pua. A pua bianchi? Nera con la pua bianca.
Cos'è una pupa?
Nel senso che hai i pallini bianchi.
Pallini bianchi.
Quella con il ciccio rosa.
Con il ciccio... Ah, sì, sì, quella sotto per forza.
Anche. E chi è l'altro?
Altro Luca.
E quello c'è dietro di
Il
me?
ciccione. Il ciccione.
Quello dietro di me chi è?
Il ciccione è tuo papà.
E quella dietro di Luca?
Tua mamma.
Non mia ma
Vostra.
non è mia ma è nostra.
Vostra mamma.
Non nostra, vostra. Oh. Dai.
Messo.
No. Ma dopo andiamo a casa.
Può essere.
Ma andiamo a casa prima che non ci prenda.
Boh.
Quello è horror. Questo.
Sì, è orrorissimo.
Come? Lo faccio vedere io qua, lasciami un attimo.
No, lo so che stai dicendo, adesso se ne va.
No!
Così.
No, dai, Carito, lasciami. Dai, stai qua.
Fare, non si può toccare niente qua.
Ai.
Hai capito? Hai capito? Hai capito? Hai capito?
Dai, dai, no!
Lascialo giù, lascialo giù.
Dai!
Cosa hai fatto?
Ali!
Cosa hai fatto? Non si può toccare.
Tu hai detto lascialo giù.
Adesso non si può far toccare niente. Non si può toccare niente.
Ok, però neanche tu allora. Neanche tu puoi toccarlo allora, cioè. Neanche tu.
Che stai cercando?
Stai cercando di una posizione strana. Dai, Rin, sto cercando di mettermi in una posizione strana. Mettiti con le gambe così. Tu hai visto Super Pets?
Sì.
Ok. Sai Crypto? Ecco, lui quando ha fatto un pugno della zampa solare, pugno della zampa,
Pugno.
Uno dei miei pezzi preferiti è quello. Poi quando, tipo, quando sei il corgi blu gigante, quello il cane blu gigante, ecco quando tipo Crypto ha detto, io l'ho già visto quello, ha detto, è gigante e blu, e poi Crypto ha detto, tanto non ci riuscirà mai, e poi ha detto sempre Crypto. Avanti, dillo anche tu, avanti, avanti, forza.
Perché le sai a memoria queste cose?
E poi, dopo, e anche quando tipo, sai il pupazino di Batman che aveva Crypto? Ecco, poi Asso ha preso il pupazino di Superman e Crypto ha detto, non hai rispetto, invece Asso ha detto, hai cominciato tu.
Aspetta. Non grattare. Voglio provarci. Vai a provarci.
Fare così.
No.
Così.
Invece piccare.
Sì. Vieni. Stai scemo? Ok. No.
Non è che...
Guarda. Non fai capelli. Ok. Non cade. Dai. Fatti vedere. Fatti vedere la Luca così. Ti prego. La Luca così. Mi fate ronde. Poi i rigori possono attaccare con il corno. I rigori possono attaccare col corno, però non lo fanno.
No, non possono perché se si rompe il corno, cioè se si rompe il corno, loro muoiono.
No, se si rompe, tipo ogni corno aveva un pezzo di corno staccato ma non è morto. Era ancora vivo, dai, anche se vuoi farlo vedere a Luca. Che sei un unicorno strano.
Un unicorno strano,
Sei un unicorno con il vestito. E con gli occhi, cioè, con le ciglia, sopracciglia, con il naso, cioè, con il naso strano.
Cosa hai fatto già scorso?
Una bocca strana.
Cosa hai fatto?
Ho fatto, imparato niente. Ho fatto...
Non hai imparato.
le stesse cose. Poi ho fatto tipo...
Una settimana di muco.
Dove?
Nel naso.
Dove?
Pienissimo.
Lasciami. Stai là. Lì. Niente, stai là.
Che sta succedendo? Troppi bimbi qua. Non si può lavorare in questo modo.
Ma non è vero, non è vero.
Sei pieno di quel naso.
Non è vero.
Stai scherzando, Sofia?
Mi sono guardato allo specchio.
Mi stai prendendo in giro.
Vedi? Mi sono guardato allo specchio.
Sì, mi stai prendendo in giro.
Sì,
Fai così?
ma non rifatto.
Fai così? Ne sono più. Vai.
Dai, che la gamba si rompe. Dai, ti metti su. Dai, ti metti su, almeno ti metti su. Dai, ti metti su. Dai, ti prego, ti metti. Però ti metti su, perché sei vivo. Sì. Sei più così.
No, Sofia, basta.
Cosa
Mi si rompe la sedia.
Dai.
No.
Voglio solo metterti il corno.
Che stai dicendo?
Oddio, è rimasto tutto un segno. No, cavolo, non si attacca più. No, dai, Ali, sul serio, mettiti così. Quasi sei dietro così. Dai, sai che comunque. No, perché non... Dai.
Dio.
Stai qua. Stai qua.
Tutto via. È sparito.
Sì. È sparito. Hai ragione. È sparito.
Sofia, attenta alla testa. Vedi questo qua per...
Dovrebbe picchiare. E che cos'è? Cos'è? Stai facendo? Cos'è?
Adesso ti mangio. Adesso.
Guarda il corno.
Ok, grazie.
Vieni, vieni. Dai. Ali.
Sì?
Il
CPU.
Ok, così va.
Tieni la sua base.
Ti trema il braccio, scusa. Ti trema il braccio.
Ovvio.
Perché?
Perché sei pesante.
Non è vero.
Pesante.
Non è vero.
Pesantissimo.
Ogni 21 dia vai più vicino al computer. Le mani ce l'ho qua. Non sbagliato. Mia mano. Dai, vai più vicino al computer. Ti prego. Dai, vieni. Lasciami. Allora lasciami. Dai. Sto facendo una mossa.
Perché mossa?
Ali, dai a paura. Vieni.
Aspetta, da fare.
Cosa sei sul computer?
Come regolare per vedere i corpi e tutto il resto. Metti la moneta, nella sua originale rimonta tutto.
Perché? No, c'avevo. Avevo preso io, dai.
Non so se l'ha venduto il telefono, loro l'hanno ritirato perché hanno venduto il telefono. Allora magari possiamo lasciare stare. Ma se no, se ancora dietro l'occhio, Sofia, taglialo. Ti do gli occhi belli, ti do più belli, tagliali. Sì. Basta.
Magari faccio un nodo sulle parti dove sto la mano.
Bravissimo, adesso domani, se vuoi mattina presto lo possiamo per ragionare.
Sofia, da fare.
Scheda che vai con te, dove non carica. Noi abbiamo fatto lo studio di quello che il circuito di carica.
Cosa da fare, Sofia?
Cosa?
Cosa da fare?
Cosa?
Devo lavorare?
E quindi?
Non posso lavorare con una Sofia nella mia squadra.
Ma il mio telefono dov'è?
Se mi dai un bacio ti...
No, però lasciami.
Beh.
Dai, fanno male le gambe, sul serio, fanno male. Lasciami. No, ci devo. Dai,
Adesso?
no, ero qua così tanto. Dai, ti
Ma sei
taglio.
così piccola anche sulla sedia?
Dai, togli un attimo. Posso?
No.
Dai, dai.
Giochiamo quando si gioca, però così è pericoloso, Sofia. Così è pericoloso.
Dai, oh, la mano. Oh, la mano schiacciata. Alzati. Dai, la mano schiacciata.
Me la stai spingendo.
Dai, ho la mano schiacciata. Dai. Dai, ti alzo la mano schiacciata.
Bandiera. Questa è la bandiera. La bandiera.
Bandiera. E avvicinati, stavo ricordando. E che c'è che bacio? No, per cambiare sentato non visto che non posso andare sulla sedia, andrò sulla sedia.
Vieni qua vicino a me.
già quello c'è qualcosa che sta consumando. Ovviamente non avendo un cibo così rigido che stai scaricando così tanto.
3% ma strano.
No, allora deve essere
Mamma mia.
Luca,
non c'è il box, giusto? Io quello che
totalmente scarico c'è il batte.
Sì.
Parzialmente non è
Ma poi le linee sono stanche, non è che lui magari per me gli sta dando, ma magari veramente è danneggiato e sta consumando più di quello che deve.
Che c'è?
E questo lo vedo col dottesimo, la valutazione degli studieri.
Quanti ne presi? Io 2 trasparenti
Ma per solamente uno. Una verde.
Ah, quello è un tumore. Proviamo quella lì. Non so devi andare in bagno.
Sì, però adesso devo lavorare.
Devi andare in bagno, lì.
Eh?
Devi andare in bagno.
Sì, però adesso devo lavorare.
Puoi andare pure in bagno, lì.
Non perché adesso devo lavorare.
Puoi andare comunque in bagno.
Va via. Dai, devo lavorare. No, non toccare niente.
Ma è la telecamera!
Sì. Non toccarla. Dai, Sofì. Dai. Devo lavorare, Sofì. Devo mettere a posto il telefono. Ehi,
No, dai, volevo vedere.
Senti
Mettila a
qua.
te. Mettila a te.
Sofia.
Se
Se non mi ascolti,
Cosa sta diciamo che è una non è che è indispensabile.
Sei sicuro? Non giochi più con te dopo? Non ti faccio vedere.
Mai. Cosa non ti vedere?
Non ti faccio vedere il mio segreto.
Cosa mi hai detto di un segreto?
Il segreto sì, non si dice.
Non so ma come fa?
È il segreto.
Sì, che non so come fa. È strano. Strano. Alessandro, cosa vuoi?
Che stai dicendo? Sofia. Ai.
Che pisello, scusa.
Metti qua sulla sedia. No, con i piedi.
Non posso cadere, dai, Ale.
C'è un mio amico qua che mi sta guardando da live e dice che cosa sta succedendo qua?
Dove ti sta guardando?
È il mio amico.
Ma da dove?
Da internet.
Da quale telecamera?
Da quella che metti qui sulla mano.
Ah, quella quindi.
Yes.
Ok, bene.
No, Sofì, guarda come si muove tutto. Vedi?
La lampada si muoveva da prima. Se non lo sai, si muoveva da prima.
Ok, adesso la spengo. Basta.
Tanto non si guarda più il tuo amico.
No, io devo giocare al PC. Vado a giocare al PC.
Cosa?
Vado a giocare al PC.
No!
Girare. 5 euro.
E via.
Non devi giocare al PC.
Perché?
Perché
Scusa, no. Perché?
Cosa?
È una gioco bella, eh? È una gioco bella.
Quale?
Tipo seguire dei getti.
Tipo
seguire i getti.
seguire che?
Sì.
Non lo so.
Non lo so, ma io sono bravissimo.
Strano questo computer.
Hai rotto! Aspetta. Aspetta, via. Adesso questo è il mio PC personale.
Welcome to us. Circles. To the beat. Circles.
Ma dove tu ci stai? Vai.
Come si gioca questo gioco dei cerchi? Troppo lontano le scene. Non ho capito, ma...
Hashiri dase, 誰も知ら
This Gotham City, you could go and call him Batman. I roam the night, saving hoes that are enemy. Louis belt him out, compare a couple of losers.
Your rocket ship. I'll show you.
Feeling like I'm Batman, rotten like my last chance. This Gotham City, you could go and call him Batman. I roam the night, saving hoes that are enemy. Louis belt him out, compare a couple of losers.
손을 내밀어줘 save me, save 숨 쉬고 싶어 이 밤이 싫어 이젠 깨고 싶어 꿈속이 싫어 내 안에 갇혀서 난 죽어있어 Just wanna be lonely Just wanna be yours 왜 이리 깜깜한 건지 네가 없는 이곳은 위험하잖아 망가진 내 모습 구해줘 난 돈을 잡을 수 없어 내 심장 소리 들어봐 잘못대로 널 부르잖아 까만 어둠 속에서 너는 이렇게 빛나니까 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me I need your love before 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me I need your love before 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me Save me, baby 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me Save me, baby 날 삼켜버린 이 lunatic Please save me tonight Please save me tonight Please save me tonight 이 지기 어린 관계 속 나를 구원해주리 나 알았지 널 안 구원해 내 삶의 어둠의 아픔을 감싸줄 유일한 손길 The best of me 난 너밖에 없지 나 다시 웃을 수 있도록 더 높여줘 네 목소리 내 심장 소리 들어봐 잘못대로 널 부르잖아 까만 어둠 속에서 너는 이렇게 빛나니까 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me I need your love before 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me I need your love before 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me Save me, baby 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me 고마워 내가 나게 해줬어 넌 내게 나게 해줬어 속이 타도 나게 해줬어 답답하도 나게 해줬어 꿈속에만 살던 날 깨워줬어 널 생각하면 나게 해줬어 슬픔 따윈 나게 해줬어 Thank you 우리가 돼줬어 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me I need your love before 그 손을 내밀어줘 save me, save me I need your love before I fall.